So, dann sollte ich jetzt live sein. Na Bünd, es geht zum Endspurt, würde ich mal sagen. Es wird einiges erklärt, es wird noch ein bisschen durchgeknallter heute bei Virtual Stars Reward und ich bin mal gespannt, wie es so ankommt. Ach, jedenfalls, was soll ich sagen? Ich bin gespannt, wie die einzelnen Sachen so ankommen. Ich bin gespannt, wie es insgesamt weitergeht, was die Meinung ist, aber ja, ich möchte nur kurz zu dem Kommentar sagen, der schon hier steht. Das ist eine grausame Unterstellung. Nee, aber wir hatten ja letztes Mal dann doch noch ein paar Enden abgehakt und ein paar Sachen herausgefunden, ein paar interessante Dinge, insbesondere das Luna-Ende. Und nein, ich weine nicht, ihr weint. Das ist wirklich so ein. Oh, es ist der Hammer. Das Spiel schafft es wirklich, dass man Mitleid mit einer Maschine hat und das ist. Warum schaffen Spiele sowas? Das ist beeindruckend. Jedenfalls, wir haben jetzt dadurch allerdings herausgefunden, wo Bombe Nummer 0 ist. Woher wir das jetzt wissen, weiß ich allerdings auch nicht. Von daher. Ich werde aber wahrscheinlich bei Bombe Nummer 0 erstmal noch eine Sache zeigen, obwohl wir das Passwort für die Bombe schon haben. Denn es gibt auch immer noch was Interessantes zu sehen, wenn man es nicht schafft. Das möchte ich nämlich auch nochmal zeigen. Aber gut. Fangen wir an. Ach, und ich habe natürlich etwas, nämlich gieße ich mir wieder Tee ein. Der gute alte Kamillentee. Ja, ich habe immer noch so ein bisschen Probleme. Es ist besser geworden. Ich nehme auch Medikamente, aber es hilft trotzdem ein bisschen. So, die Stelle kennen wir. So, Bombe Nummer 0. Aus dem...
Sigma, wait!
Oh, jetzt läuft er auch schon los.
Where are you going?
Don't follow me. Go find the others.
Idiot! Do you really think I'd do that?
I could hear her following me, but there was no time to argue. Instead, I focused on my goal. There was still time. Also irgendwas hat es mit dem Luna-Ende zu tun, aber ich weiß noch nicht, über welche Variante oder welchen Aspekt davon der jetzt herausgefunden hat, wo die Bombe Nummer 0 ist. Wahrscheinlich wird es gleich offensichtlich. Ah, klar. Ich erinnere mich jetzt, die ist da.
Here?
Yeah. Should be between these AB rooms. Good. I was right. Weil Dio da ja schon mal was versteckt hat. How much time do we have left?
About a minute.
Shit.
Hurry!
I'm hurrying as fast as I can. So. The input device was plugged in and I was ready to go. Now I just had to enter the password. But what was the password? I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd already used up my third time charm. Still, I had to try. I shook my head and concentrated. Ja, da sieht man erstmal den Weg dahin wieder. Das heißt, es geht über das Dio-Ende. Aber ich werde jetzt tatsächlich einmal sagen, dass ich es nicht schaffe. Einfach nur um zu zeigen, was dann passiert. It was actually fairly anticlimactic. There wasn't time for anything. No time to say goodbye to Phi or try to shield her from the blast, for all the good it would have done. Okay, dann ist es bei der Bombe Nummer 0 nur so. Ich glaube, bei den anderen ist es ein bisschen... When I came to, I was floating in a field of nothingness. Every moment felt like an eternity. Okay, dann war das hierbei nicht so besonders. Ich habe das jetzt mal darauf darauf aufgespart, diese Sache, weil wir ja die Bombenpasswörter alle schon hatten. Ach, das müssen wir nicht abspeichern, komm. Dann mache ich es jetzt erstmal so, dass ich sage, ich mache jetzt mal bei... Moment, Deactivate Bomb Number 2. Nehmen wir mal das. Und jetzt mache ich hier mal das so, dass ich das nicht hinkriege. Und dann müsste man was sehen, was ich meine. Bei den ersten 3 Bomben. I tried over and over. But it was no good. Each guess was wrong. No matter how I strained my memory, I couldn't remember even a letter of the bomb's password. Had I even seen or heard it anywhere in the first place? I'd seen other histories. But had I seen what I needed? If I hadn't, then it was all over. If I couldn't control my jumps, then what good were they?
Sigma. Just let it go. Our time's up. This is it. Before it ends, I wanted to tell you thanks. You knew we were about to die, but you still stuck with me. A lot of people wouldn't have done that. You're a good person. There's one more thing. I'm glad I met you. The moment I saw you, you seemed familiar. Anyway, thanks. It looks like our time's almost up. Hopefully the others will make it. There isn't much hope for us, though. I think this is...
Don't you dare say goodbye.
What?
We'll meet again. Somewhere. Somewhen. I guarantee it. We can jump through parallel worlds. We can change history. You see? This won't end here. It won't... I won't let it. It's just the beginning.
Sigma.
Suddenly I felt Phi's face against my chest. I put my arms around her and held tight. Then... Yep, die Szene wollte ich zeigen. Und ja, das hatte man mal in einem Flashback so ein bisschen. Aber ich wollte mal den Kontext dafür zeigen. Everything went dark. When I came to, you're floating in a field of nothingness, wir kennen das. So. Ja, ist ein Game Over, bringt uns auch noch nicht voran. Und jetzt entschärfen wir die Bombe Nummer 0. Komm. Wozu haben wir die scheiß Passwörter? So. Aber ich finde es ganz gut, dass das einem immer so ein bisschen zeigt, guck mal, den Weg, vielleicht hast du das schon mal gesehen und dann muss es in die Richtung weitergehen, dass man da so ein bisschen rumexperimentieren kann, um diese Stellen zu finden. Finde ich ganz gut. Aber gut. Wir haben Bombe Nummer 0. Und hier ist das Passwort LXAQNS GDQ. Und wenn man sich jetzt fragt, was kodiert das denn jetzt? Das ist wie bei den anderen Passwörtern auch schon. Immer den Buchstaben quasi um 1 erhöhen und dann kommt was raus und dann steht hier My Brother. Also man merkt, da haben sich Leute was bei gedacht. It stopped.
Yeah.
Fi and I crumpled to the ground, the adrenaline that had sustained us suddenly gone.
How did you know it was here? Did you see it in another history?
It's hard to explain. The short version is that Dio hit something here in another timeline. I guess maybe he'd put the bomb here too.
Pretty good guess.
Ja genau, das war nur geraten, dass er das da setzen würde, oder da legen würde. Ja.
Well, you did it. So, thanks.
Oh, I don't need any thanks. Just
what?
about that swimsuit you promised.
What? What on earth are you talking about?
Chromatic doors have opened.
Beeilung.
5 minutes remain until chromatic doors close.
This is bad. The white doors have opened. We need to hurry. Everyone else is waiting for us in the Floor B warehouse.
What about the swimsuit?
What the hell are you going on about? Just go!
Before I could protest, she turned and ran toward the magenta door. I sighed and headed off after her. I ran into the warehouse to find everyone else already there. They had done as Fi asked and brought the 3 unconscious members of our party back to the doors. Fi and I shared a quick glance, then headed over toward them.
Oh, thank goodness. I'm so glad you're safe.
So, did you disable the bombs?
Yeah. I could have done it in my sheep? Muss das nicht Sleep heißen? Egal.
Don't you mean in your sleep?
Oh, okay. Das war also einfach nur ein Gag. Ich habe ja schon manchmal Tippfehler hier drin gesehen, von daher, ich war mir nicht sicher.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Good job, you guys.
Übrigens eine Sache, die ich tatsächlich der Zero Escape-Reihe mal anrechnen muss, gerade jetzt im zweiten Teil. Die Reihe schafft es tatsächlich mal, im Gegensatz zu zum Beispiel gewissen Spielen und Serien, dass die weiblichen Charaktere mal unterschiedlich aussehen. Wirklich unterschiedliche Augenformen haben, unterschiedliche Gesichter, unterschiedliche Nasen, sowas. Das ist leider heutzutage gerade bei so einigen Sachen sehr, sehr selten. No need to thank me. Although, I mean, if you insist, I wouldn't mind a little swimsuit time.
What? Huh?
Aber ich finde jetzt gerade bei Clover und Luna sieht man das sehr, sehr deutlich. Komplett unterschiedliche Augenformen. Die Köpfe sind unterschiedlich lang von der Struktur. Und die haben nicht einfach nur andere Frisur, andere Augenfarbe. Das, finde ich, ist einfach eine gute Sache. Jetzt, welche Zeitlinie sind wir? So, erstmal. Wir sind Cyandor. Und eine Sache, die du schon richtig gesagt hast. Die alte Frau ist nicht aufgetaucht. Wir haben keine tote alte Frau gefunden. Was wohl auch der Grund war, warum Dio überhaupt erst die Bomben gelegt hat. In den anderen beiden Zeitlinien geht er davon aus, okay, er hat hier jetzt jemand umgebracht und alles läuft nach Plan. Und hier ist irgendwas anderes passiert und irgendwas läuft nicht ganz nach Plan. Und darum legt er die Bomben. Jedenfalls, Recap, danach sind wir durch die... Moment, durch die rote Tür oder... Ja, durch die rote Tür zusammen. Die rote Tür führte nochmal in das Archiv. Das war zusammen mit Clover und Quark, meine ich. Oder, nee, Clover und Luna. Oder? Ich meine Clover und Luna. Anschließend gab es diese kleine Betray-Ally-Nummer, wo wir erst Fi hintergehen mussten, damit wir das richtige Wissen hatten, um sie davon abzuhalten, abzuhauen, denn Fi hat schon 9 Punkte. Die hätte also auch einfach sagen können, tschüss ihr Sacker, ich bin raus, mit den Bomben gebe ich mich nicht ab. Dann war die Frage, wer hat die Bomben gelegt, etc. etc. Allerdings ist es so, es ist momentan noch niemand tot in dieser Linie. Alle sind noch am Leben. Dio ist gerade ausgenockt und ich glaube sogar Quark und Alice sind bei Bewusstsein. Aber weiter.
You're disgusting.
Yep, definitiv. Das kann ich jetzt nur unterstützen, bei. Aber hier sieht man die Gesichter alle mal nebeneinander. Gut, die haben alle eine ähnliche Augenfarbe, aber ihr seht grundsätzlich alle unterschiedliche Gesichter. Und das ist... Man muss sich nur mal die League of Legends Champions angucken. Es ist traurig. Oder sowas wie Genshin Impact. Ich weiß nicht... Ich habe es nie gespielt, aber als ich die Charaktere gesehen habe, habe ich gedacht, ich habe noch nie so ein Copy-Paste-Charakterdesign gesehen. Zumindest bei den weiblichen Charakteren. Aber weiter.
1 minute remains until chromatic doors close.
We need to hurry.
Everybody know who's in their group?
Yeah, I'm set.
All right. Then let's move.
At Mioji's command, we broke off into our teams. Kay carried Quark on his back and... Ach nee, Quark ist noch ausgeschaltet, okay. And dragged Dio along the floor and through the white door on the left. Clover and Luna carried Alice through the door on the right. And then Mioji, Phi and myself ran through the center door.
10 seconds remain until chromatic doors close. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Chromatic doors closing.
Und jetzt kommen wir in einen sehr interessanten Raum. Und ja, der Raum heißt einfach nur Q. Und der Buchstabe Q hat durchaus in der Zero Escape-Reihe eine große Bewandtnis. What the hell? There's nothing here.
Well, there are doors. The one we came in. And that one, which I'm assuming is the exit.
Yep, figures. Won't budge.
The plaque on the door just said Q.
Q. What the hell's that supposed to mean?
Really? Now someone's just being a smartass.
Tja, dadurch, dass wir wissen, wer Tenmyoji ist und was Q im ersten Teil schon bedeutet hat.
Huh?
Nothing. Maybe the Q is for question.
Well, I guess it is a very questionable room.
If there was a deck of cards here, maybe the Q would be for Queen.
That's a quality guess right there.
Right. Well, we need to get out of here. Let's find a way to get the door open.
We also need to find the star keys. I've got enough BP to open the door, but you guys need to play the AB game some more.
Yeah.
We still need a few more points.
If we can get those star keys, we should be able to play the AB game as many times as we need to. So...
It's just a matter of time until we get the points we need.
Right.
Well, let's get started then.
Good.
Okay.
Wobei eigentlich wäre es ja auch möglich, wobei das wäre tatsächlich halt so richtig antiklimaktisch gewesen, hätte sich Sigma zufälligerweise an die Alufoliennummer von Luna erinnert, so ganz am Anfang der Bombengeschichte. Moment mal, Phi hat 9 Punkte. Wir nehmen einfach alle unsere Armbänder ab, Phi öffnet die Tür und wir hauen ab. Das wäre eigentlich auch eine coole Idee gewesen. Aber nee, weiter. Okay. What are we supposed to do here? The room's empty. Wait. Do you hear something? Huh. Well, how much you want to bet it has something to do with that? I guess we should have have a look. Jetzt. Oder Q steht für Q, also ein Q mit 4 stimmlosen Vokalen, ja. Das Beste ist ohnehin die französische Schreibweise des Wortes für Wasser. O. Wenn ich mich recht erinnere, war das mit E-A-U-X oder sowas. Auf jeden Fall ein Wort, das quasi nur aus einem einzelnen Laut besteht und keiner der Buchstaben in diesem Wort ist der Laut. Das ist super. Naja, guess I should go have a look. Ja, wir können uns erstmal umsehen und sehen, es ist alles nur diese Wand. Oh. Wir können hier auf jeden Fall was Lustiges mit den Wänden machen. Geht das mit jeder Wand? Sieht so aus, aber gut, dann müssen wir wohl mit dem Würfel interagieren. I think this cube is just floating here. How the hell is it doing that? Who knows? Can't tell you just by looking at it. Why don't you touch it and see if anything happens? Oh, Minesweeper, oder was ist das hier? 0, 0, 0, 0. Im Moment 2, 1, da. Okay, wenn ich gedrückt halte, bleibt es stehen. Ich habe noch nicht wirklich eine Ahnung, was ich hier machen soll. Ich bin mir nicht mehr sicher, wie das hier nochmal ging. Im Zweifel muss ich einfach rumtippen, bis ich die richtige Stelle finde, was auch immer die richtige Stelle ist. Ach nein, Moment. Das gibt einem Informationen, was man denn eigentlich drücken soll. Aber ich gehe jetzt erstmal so. I don't understand what's going on here. Have another look at it. Huh? The cube. Look at it again. There are winning and losing panels on the wall. The cube can help you find the winning panels. When the winning panels and only the winning panels are highlighted in cyan, the system will activate. Here's how we find the winning panels. When you select a panel on the cube, it will display a number. Each surrounding panel will also display a number. This number indicates the number of winning panels that border each panel. For example, jetzt hier Losing, Winning und dann sieht man auch, was da jeweils angezeigt wird. Und es gelten also auch... Ah, okay, das Feld selbst zählt mit. Verstehe. Okay, das Feld selbst zählt mit und über Ecke diagonal zählt also nicht. The hint that appears on the cube is different for each side. Hypothetically, if the wall with the exit is the north wall, then the wall to the right be the east wall, which would make the wall with the entrance the south wall, and the wall to the left, west wall, blah blah. A hint that appears on the west side would actually refer to the east wall. A hint that appears on the north side would actually refer to the south wall. That appears on the east side, yeah. Adjacent walls don't provide hints for one another. Each hint is specific to that wall. That means that even if there are winning panels on the border with an adjacent wall, those panels will not be reflected on the initial panel's number. And there are a total of 8 puzzles hidden in the walls. Examine the floor to view this message one more time. Examine the floor, yeah. After that, it will be gone forever. So, das heißt, wir schauen hier nochmal. Wir haben jetzt also hier 2 und 1. Was heißt, dass auf jeden Fall das hier aktiv sein muss, weil 1, also es können nicht die beiden sein, weil ansonsten wäre die 1 eine 2. Es muss also einmal das hier sein, das heißt, den kann ich schon mal markieren. Ob man das jetzt sieht, ist die Frage. Ja, wir kennen es. Ne, man sieht es nicht. Aber wir sehen jetzt zum Beispiel das hier, das heißt, die 4 müssen auf jeden Fall leer bleiben, das heißt, das hier ist ebenfalls so. Das hier hat eine 1. Okay, das heißt, das hier ebenfalls. So. Schade, dass man das nicht übertragen kann. Das hier hat ebenfalls eine... Ah, Moment. Das ist die gleiche Situation. Das heißt jetzt hier oben noch die 2 und das da... Genau, das da drum muss jeweils eine 1 sein, genau. Damit haben wir hier schon was gelöst. Wow, what the hell? Interesting. So that's how this one works. It looks like there's more of them. We should keep looking. Ja, schauen wir uns noch kurz den Rest hier an, ob es hier noch irgendwo andere Sachen gibt als Nullen. Aber hier sieht es tatsächlich nicht so aus. Okay. Dann machen wir mal hier. It's got some kind of weird patterns on it. Nothing happens if I touch them, though. Maybe something's missing. Like what? Dann kann ich hier... Nö. Also muss ich wohl erst noch die anderen Wände machen, oder wie ist das? Okay, dann machen wir jetzt mal die Wand. Ich schätze mal, dass da rechts nur Nullen sind. Oh ne, hier ist eine 1. 2. 3, okay. Verstehe, also... Mhm. Okay, das heißt, die müssen dann auch wieder nach oben. Ah, ich kann die hier. Und jetzt funktioniert's. Change the colors of to the correct ones by selecting the hexagons and triangles. Remember that you only have 5 moves to complete this puzzle. Huh. I feel I've done this puzzle somewhere before. Oh well, doesn't really matter, I guess. So. Ich muss gestehen, dass ich dieses Rätsel nicht sonderlich mag. Und ich glaube, ich habe einen großen Fehler gerade gemacht. Aber kann auch sein, dass ich mich irre. Nee, ich habe definitiv einen großen Fehler gemacht. Jetzt. Also. Was passiert denn, wenn ich jetzt hier einfach nur die durchgehe? Definitiv falsch. Okay. Das heißt, was ist jetzt mit denen? Okay, das ist jetzt... Nee, ich darf ja nicht... Stimmt, das soll ja nicht alles grün werden. Ah, okay, ich war aber nah dran. Und immer noch nicht richtig. Mist. Ah, es ist frustrierend hiermit, aber gut. Vielleicht muss ich hier anfangen. Aber das alleine bringt mich ja auch noch nicht weiter. Denn jetzt habe ich ja immer noch das hier und das stimmt immer noch nicht. Ich drehe hier durch mit diesem Ding. Ich muss sagen, dieser Raum ist so ziemlich der frustrierendste im Spiel. Das soll er aber auch sein. So. Jetzt ist die Frage, wie kriegen wir halt... Also wenn wir jetzt sagen, wir machen das... Nee, bringt nichts. Bringt gar nichts. Ich muss das jetzt systematisch angehen. Ich gehe nochmal kurz weg. This is tough. Sieht man... Ah, Moment, hier ist was. Ach, man kommt dann an gewisse Sachen. There's a binder behind the glass. Also ist es klar? Oder muss ich das alles rot machen? Das sieht ja jetzt sehr rot aus. So. Kann man ja mal probieren. Ja, ich muss es einfach nur alles rot machen, ich Trottel. Ach. Did I solve it? Yeah, that must be the answer. Look. The glass doors. They're open. Well done. That was some good work, Sigma. Dann schauen wir doch mal, was wir finden. Jetzt frustriert, man könnte fast meinen, der Raum wurde von Q Star Trek. Ernsthaft. It's a binder. Let's have a look. There's only a single piece of paper in here. It says Q Chamber Special AB Game. Okay. Moment, warum ist das jetzt hier nicht? Ah, hier, AB Game Q Edition. 3 people will definitely choose Ally, 3 people will definitely choose Betray. One is a mysterious mirror man. He will always do whatever his opponent does. Destroy for 9 points with 6 cooperation. Must be the only ones to surpass 9. Okay. Eine Memory Card. So, jetzt schauen wir nochmal, ob wir hier noch andere Stellen finden. Ah, hier ist noch was. Also die beiden hier. Ach, das reicht auch schon. Für ein Darts-Spiel. Och nein. Bitte nicht das Darts-Spiel wieder. Und sonst wäre hier nix? Nö, sieht nicht so aus. Okay. Dann fehlt uns hier wahrscheinlich noch eine Dartscheibe. Ich gehe mal davon aus, ja hier unten... Ah, ne, Moment. Hier findet man was. Und zwar der dritte hier. Ich bin gut. Something just slid out from the wall. You can look around more by exiting zoom mode and return to the normal view. So. Ah, there was missiles? They're darts. Look over here. I think that's a green memory card. We can't get it out though. That glass is covering it. I think we can get some darts out though. Okay, I'll grab a couple. So. Und hier haben wir jetzt... That's a dartboard. I remember seeing this before. Come on, who hasn't seen a dartboard before? No, that's not what I mean. I feel like I've seen it somewhere in this building before. It's just, this board is different from a normal dartboard, you know? Let's try it out. What do you mean try it out? Isn't that obvious? There's only 2 ways to use a dartboard. Either you use it to hold pizza, or you throw darts at it. You've got some darts, don't you, Sigma? Maybe you could try throwing them. Ja, aber ich weiß ja nicht, was für Scores ich erzielen soll. Ach nee, get a score of 100 with 3 darts. However, the first dart must land in the green area, the second in the blue area, and the third in the red area. Ach so, okay. To throw a dart at a particular area, grab it by pressing the A button, then release the dart in the area you'd like to land. Okay. That's weird. I could have sworn I've seen those darts before somewhere. Whatever. Time for some darts. Okay, das heißt also, einer muss im Grünen landen. Und das war ja immer einfach doppelt dreifach bei diesem System. Das heißt... Schauen wir mal, wenn wir jetzt hier hoch anfangen, dann hätten wir hier 27 Punkte. Passt was bei Blau zu 27 Punkten? Wir könnten hier nochmal 22 oben drauf geben. Oder hier nochmal 28. Moment, ich mache mal kurz hier an der Seite den Rechner auf. Das ist sehr praktisch. Nicht, dass ich mich verrechne. So, das heißt, wenn wir jetzt sagen, wir beginnen mit 27. Plus dann entsprechend die 28. Dann würden wir noch 45 benötigen. 45 kriegen wir. Das gibt es als 3x15, aber es gibt hier keine 15. Das heißt, das fällt raus. Was ist das Höchste, was wir mit Rot erreichen können? Wir haben hier eine 21, hier haben wir eine 33. Und hier haben wir eine 26. Wir müssen also ziemlich hoch einsteigen eigentlich. Was ist das Höchste, was auf blauer Seite möglich ist? Wir sollen ja 100 Punkte kriegen. 24, 24, 24. Ja, super. 18, 13, 22, 28. Moment. Ah, Moment, wir können Grün ja noch höher einsteigen. Wir können ja Grün direkt mit der 39 einsteigen. Machen wir das jetzt mal. 39. Jetzt schauen wir, was ist das nächste, was wäre das Höchste, was wir in Blau dazu packen können. Wir hätten hier zum Beispiel eine 24. Ansonsten hätten wir eine 28. Machen wir jetzt noch mit der 28 im Beispielrechner. Dann wären wir bei 67 und benötigen noch eine 33. Und 3x11 haben wir. Haha! Also im Grunde ist es so, dass der Q-Raum einen die ganze Zeit mit Rätseln konfrontiert, die man schon hatte, nur in schwieriger. Ha, piece of cake. You see that? My dart skills are undeniable. Yes, I saw it quite clearly. It wasn't very nice. It was very nice. Do you really think you had to stand the whole 2 meters and 37 centimeters away from the dartboard, though? I'm a fair man. My high school voted me most likely to be a judge, you know. Okay, okay. That's great and all, but look. See the display case? It's open. Great. Now we can get that green memory card. We're gonna have to pull out all the stops on this job. You sound like you're in a heist movie. Oh, da bin ich übrigens jetzt richtig gespannt, weil für Dungeons & Dragons ist jetzt eine Heist-Abenteuer-Kollektion angekündigt worden. Also da bin ich richtig gespannt, wie die wird. Should I have worn a cat suit? Ugh. I think I just threw up a little. Besides, everybody in a heist movie wears a sweet suit. Catsuit ist so, naja, Spandex. So, schauen wir, ob es hier noch weitere Sachen gibt. Hier oben nicht, hier auch nicht. Ah, hier gibt's was. Okay, 1. Hier haben wir eine 3. Die 3 ist hier mit einer 1 verbunden, das heißt die beiden auf jeden Fall. Ah, okay. Das muss auf jeden Fall was sein. Ich glaube, wir haben den Safe gefunden. Gibt es hier sonst noch was? Sieht nicht danach aus, aber dann schauen wir uns das doch mal an. I think I've seen something like this before. Oh, you mean on one of those exercise machines where you twist your hips around? No, I don't think so. This doesn't look like a fitness machine to me. Kinda ruins it when you take it so seriously. This is... Damn it. I can't remember. A screen, huh? There's nothing on it. And it doesn't do anything when I touch it. How do we turn it on? Hell if I know. I don't see a button or a card slot or anything. Not a lot we can do if we can't turn it on. Might as well leave it alone for now. Gut, dann nächste Wand. Okay, gehen wir mal... Ja, wobei, es ist am wahrscheinlichsten hier. Oh, 4. Okay, dann haben wir hier schon auf jeden Fall das komplette Kreuz. Wahrscheinlich ist... Ja, genau. Habe ich mir richtig gedacht. Oh, nee, Moment, das geht da drüber weiter. Okay. Jetzt hier haben wir 3. Okay, das heißt, das ist auf jeden Fall mit drin. Jetzt... Oh, cool. Meine bisherigen D&D-Abenteuer waren mir zu hau drauf lastig, mit Ausnahme von biologischen Wissenschaftsrätseln. So, jetzt schauen wir noch mal kurz hier. Also, hier, das ist eine 4. Darunter ist eine 4, das heißt, das komplette Kreuz. Hier haben wir auch noch eine 3. Oh, das ist eine Menge Kram. Mal kurz die 3. Ist fertig, das heißt, das bei der 2 kann nicht so sein, aber es könnte hier hin. Moment, ist das hier was? Ich bin mir nicht ganz sicher, Moment. Ich müsste mir das eigentlich am besten auf... Oh, Moment mal. Guck mal. What the heck is this ridiculously huge thing? There's a screen down here. It looks like this is the only part you can actually interact with. But it's dark, there's nothing on it. There are some card slots underneath the screen. They look just like the ones in the polling machine, on the polling machines in the AP rooms. So that means we need to put some memory cards in here, right? Yeah, like the one you've got in your hand right now. The screen card, well, let's see if anything happens when I put it into the green slot. Noch nicht. This red card, well, let's see if anything happens if I put it into the red slot. Augenscheinlich brauchen wir alle 3. Oh gut, dann schauen wir jetzt hier vielleicht nochmal kurz weiter. Ah, hier finden wir zum Beispiel auch direkt was. Das heißt, die müssen auf jeden Fall... Und hier haben wir ein Kreuz. Okay. Das heißt, das hier ist ein Kreuz. Das muss auch hier sein. Wahrscheinlich dann hier. Ja, genau. Oh nein. Dieses Rätsel. Ich weine jetzt schon innerlich. Jetzt müssen wir hier ein bisschen weitermachen. Hier haben wir eine 1. Das heißt, die beiden sind komplett ausgeschlossen. Das heißt, das hier ist auch ein Kreuz. Und damit haben wir, glaube ich... haben wir dann hier jetzt alles auf der Wand, ist die Frage? All systems are now activated. What the hell was that? It probably means that all the things in the walls have been activated. That means you probably don't need to mess with the cubes or the wall panels anymore. Okay. Looks like 4 purple books. Let's go through each one of them. What the? There's nothing written here. Huh? I mean, all the pages are blank. Are the other books the same? Let's have a look. Kurzen Schluck getrunken? Yes, yeah, there's nothing here. This one's blank too. Huh? Something wrong. Is there something in that one? No, the pages are all blank. It's just... Just what? Well, there are some pictures put in between the pages back here. 3 of them, it looks like. You found a picture of a blue die, a picture of a green die, and a picture of a red die. Okay, Archiv. Och nein, ich hasse dieses Rätsel. Und ich weiß, dass ich da jetzt nicht drum rumkomme. Narf. Roll the 6 dice to move them to where they need to go. The direction of each side of each die must match a specific pattern. Choose which die you would like to move by selecting it. You can roll it vertically or horizontally by using the directional buttons. Okay, let's give it a shot. So, das heißt, jetzt schaue ich nochmal ins Archiv. Die blauen Würfel. Da und da. Und das heißt, 5. von oben, 2. da. Okay. Das heißt, der muss hier hin und eine 1 zeigen. Kriege ich das mal ebenso hin? Ja, das hat geklappt. Der muss jetzt aber nicht von... Bitte sag mir, dass ich den nicht in genau die Position bringen muss. Blau. Okay, in so einem L muss er drüber und eine 5. Das heißt, hier muss ich eine 5 hinkriegen. So. Grün also daneben und eine 6 und 2 drüber und eine 2. Ja, mit ihm hier. Das hat gut geklappt. Sogar in genau der richtigen Ausrichtung. Und das hier soll jetzt eine 2 werden. Zack. Ich glaube auch in der richtigen Ausrichtung, oder? Tatsache. Und jetzt muss das Rote mit einer 4 da drunter. Okay. Aha. Und dann also... Okay, links neben dem Grünen mit einer 3. Das hat überraschend einfach funktioniert. Schwirrt wieder so ein blödes Insekt rum. Ha! Got it. I had a feeling you could do it. Good job. Have a look at this. Hey, it opened. Aber erstmal trinke ich ja kurz die Tasse leer, ehe die kalt wird. Und gieß mir direkt eine neue ein. Ah, ich spüre die beruhigende Wirkung der Kamille auf mich. Nee, so. The Blue Memory Card. So, dann werden wir jetzt mal... Interessant, das heißt, wir haben jetzt tatsächlich an allen Wänden was rausgeholt. Na dann. This blue card, huh? Well, let's see if anything happens when I put it into the blue slot. Would you look at that? Looks like you turn it on. US, A and B, us, A and B are all pairs consisting of 2 people. C, D and E are solos consisting of a single person. First move the pairs A and B next to the blank areas on the left under pair. Next move colors C, D and E to the blank areas on the left over solo. Press the A button to grab and move the ladder icons. A pair and a solo aligned vertically with verses between them will face off against one another in the AB game. You can still move icons even after you've placed them. Once an opponent has been selected, the game will begin. Choose the vote for the us pair, either ally or betray. The result of your match will be displayed along with the results from the other teams. If the correct number of people reach the target BP after playing 3 rounds, the game will be completed. Schauen wir noch mal kurz ins Archiv, wie das noch mal war. Also. Das heißt, einmal sollen 6 Leute 9 Punkte kriegen. Und einmal soll es heißen, die einzigen, die, also das Ass wahrscheinlich dann die einzigen sind, die 9 erreichen. Wissen, 3 nehmen definitiv Ally, 3 nehmen definitiv Betray und einer spiegelt einfach, was das Gegenüber macht. Das heißt, wir müssen ein bisschen schauen. Überprüfen wir das erstmal. Nehmen wir jetzt mal kurz Betray. Okay, damit haben wir A und E als Betray und... Ne, Moment. Kann ich die Ergebnisse nochmal sehen? Nein. So, das sind immer Pairs. Das heißt jetzt hier, wenn ich die hier hinpacke, schauen wir nochmal. Okay, ist das A spiegelt? Nee, oder? Packen wir jetzt mal E hier hin. Oder war der Mirror Man einer, der das macht, was in der letzten Runde passierte? Yeah, whatever his opponent does. So, ich wollte jetzt erstmal versuchen, einfach grundsätzlich zu entkommen. Wenn ich es richtig gesehen habe, A macht immer Betray, B macht immer Ally. Kann aber auch sein, dass ich mich damit irre. So, wir müssen weiter gegen D. Jetzt machen wir es mal kurz so und schauen, ob das was macht. Und jetzt machen wir es nochmal so und schauen dann, wenn alles gut läuft, sollten wir dann nämlich die einzigen sein, die die 9 knacken. Genau. Und damit kriegen wir das blaue Passwort. Nice one. Looks like that was the answer. I knew it. That looks like a password to the safe. We did it. This should get us into the safe. Okay. Jetzt müssen wir aber schauen. Wir sollen mit 6 Leuten entkommen. Da ist jetzt die Frage natürlich. Schauen wir nochmal kurz. Ach ja, Save Q, das wollte ich nicht. Ich wollte hier AB Game. 9 mit 6 Leuten. Das heißt, es sollen auch genau 6 Leute wahrscheinlich sein. Jetzt achten wir nochmal genau. Wenn ich das richtig gesehen habe, macht A immer Betray und B immer Ally. D macht ebenfalls Ally. C und E Betray. Moment. Ich bin verwundert. Aber wenn wir jetzt auf 6 Leute, die entkommen wollen. Schauen wir erstmal kurz. Wenn wir die gegeneinander paaren, dann kriegen die auf jeden Fall Ally voll. Wir kriegen aber das nicht so hin. Und wenn wir das so paaren, dürfte es auch nicht funktionieren, oder? Wenn ich jetzt... Ja, weil die immer Betray wählen. Moment. Das Blöde ist halt, dass ich die Pairs nicht anders legen kann, aber gut. Das heißt, damit kriege ich auf jeden Fall 3 hin. Also ganz ohne Betrügen klappt es halt nicht. Moment, E ist jetzt schon bei 9. Ah, Moment. Klar, weil B Ally wählt. Was passiert jetzt so? Moment, dann wählt C Ally? Ich war verwirrt, aber okay. Gut, heißt das, wenn ich jetzt 3 Runden so mache, dass es dann klappt? Ja, stimmt, so entkommen 6 Leute. Ich habe das Rätsel gelöst. Und das ist damit gemeint mit... Okay, ja. Aber gut. Damit haben wir es gelöst. Und es entkommen nur die, die Ally wählen. So. Ha, got it. Way to go. Good work. Hey, look at the screen's changed color. So, would this be... Could this be... Should this be... Oh, there are different symbols now in different places. Ja, so. Wir können diesen Raum hinter uns lassen, aber das Seltsame ist, dass wir immer noch nicht mit diesem Ding interagiert haben. Aber gut. The same safe we've seen in the other rooms. That means we probably open it the same way too. We just need to plug in the password, right? Yeah. Why don't you give it a shot? So, dann schauen wir noch mal kurz ins Archiv. So, dann Mond, Mond und dann Mond, Stern, Sonne. Okay. Nicht wundern, ich ziehe jetzt hier gerade mal so ein Sweater aus, weil mir mit dem Tee doch ein bisschen warm wird. Ja. Gut, und weg damit hinfort, Kleidung. Dass ich diesen Satz mal unironisch sagen würde. Good job. You opened it. Mhm. Well done. So, Gold File. So, dann hat er das hier, glaube ich. Die? Ja. Yes. It's open. Okay, then. Let's see what's in here. First off, 2 star key cards. We can use these to play the AB game as many times as we want. Hold on. Those keys are important, but... Look at this. Axelavir. The Radical 6 cure. Oh. Oh, thank goodness. Oh, nee, das war 10 Meter. Oh, thank goodness. I don't know what to say. Quark is going to be okay. Is he crying? Alright, let's get out of here. We need to get this stuff to Quark and Alice. Yeah, you're right. This key should do the trick. Key found in the safe. No. This key was in the safe. It should open the exit. Let's get moving. Jo, ist doch alles okay, Fi. Dann schauen wir mal, wo wir jetzt landen. The door's lock. It says lock. You guys ready? All set here. Go for it. Alright. 3, 2, 1. 2, 3. Stop that. Jeez. One more time. 3, 2, 1. Und ich glaube, das war der letzte Escape Room dieses Spiels.
Huh. It opened.
We should get back to the Flore warehouse then.
Hey, wait. Did you guys hear something?
What?
You didn't hear it? It came from over there. It sounds like something turning on. See, I told you. This screen wasn't on before.
You're right. Guess it was set to turn on when we opened the door.
It looks like an authentication screen. I think we need to put in an ID and a password.
Yeah, but what?
Das haben wir aus dem Quark-Ende. That was when I noticed the illustration. The lion is eating the sun. The lion is eating the sun. The lion is eating the... Memento mori, if I remember death. If the 9th lion ate the sun. Ja, ist so eine häufige Symbolik hier. Oh, of course. This was the real ninth lion. But if that was the case... Memento Mori. Remember death. Memento Mori. Remember death. Memento Mori. Remember. Ja, das Quark-Ende, und da finden wir nämlich bei der alten Frau eine gewisse ID-Card. Und zwar, die ID war Kurashiki. Das Passwort war Jumpy Doll. Tja, woran erinnert einen das, wenn man das erste Spiel gespielt hat oder gesehen hat? Wer könnte die alte Frau wohl sein?
Sigma! Look!
You're...
Akane. Her name is Akane Kurashiki. They've been looking for her for a very long time.
He walked toward her. Slowly, carefully, almost as if he was afraid of scaring her away, he reached out.
She's a hologram.
Tenmyoji squeezed his eyes shut.
Akane.
He closed his hand around empty air and let it fall to his side. There was a moment of sad silence, and then she began to speak.
I see you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you. Well, I suppose that's slightly inaccurate. What you see now is a holographic message I recorded before you came here. Unfortunately, this means I will not be able to answer your questions, at least not directly. I hope you will understand. Now, where to begin? You probably have a great many questions. What day is it? Where are we? Who is Zero? And what does he have to do with Akane Kurashiki? But I imagine there is one question that rises above all the others. Why were we brought here? The answer to that is simple. Everything that has happened here is part of our plan. All of this was required for the success of the AB project. I assume you heard the name by now, at least. In any event, you were all needed in order to execute our plan. The nonary game was necessary for the same reason. Your question now, I imagine, is just what is this AB project? The answer to that is also simple. Allow me to explain. We created the AB project for one purpose: to transport the consciousnesses of two people into the past. Those two people are you, Sigma, and you, Phi.
What do you mean, the past? The moment the words were out of my mouth, I realized no one there could answer the question. Not Phi, not Tenmyoji, and certainly not a pre-recorded hologram.
Have you figured out what this room is? I assume you saw the Q on the door. It stands for quantum. That makes this the quantum room.
It took me a moment to realize she changed subjects without even pausing. There was nothing we could do, of course, but I still felt a twinge of frustration.
Take a look at the rear of the room. Do you see that large enclosure? That houses our quantum computer. The systems that control this entire facility run on that machine. That includes the construct you refer to as Zero Junior, as well as the golems. All of them do their thinking in that box. Isn't that strange, though? It seems contrary to how we perceive the world. The body, the thing that you see and interact with, is somewhere else. But the mind and all its thoughts are in this box. Perhaps it isn't so strange, though. Perhaps humans are the same, with our minds and thoughts existing separate from our bodies.
Ach, die Geschichte wieder. Das hatten wir im ersten Teil schon.
Our core is in our head, of course. We all have individual brains, think individual thoughts, and act according to individual wills. That makes communication difficult, though. So, we're forced to rely on inefficient mediums, like language, photographs, non-verbal cues, etc., to transmit information.
Oh ja, Non-Verbal Cues, das ist für mich persönlich immer die Hölle. Aber gut, ich bin Autist, ich habe eine Ausrede. Aber ganz ehrlich, es gibt so ein paar Dinge, die ich auch nicht verstehe. Warum zum Geier ist es zum Beispiel so, jemandem geht's nicht gut und er will darüber reden, dass es ihm nicht gut geht. Und er fragt dann erstmal, wie es jemand anderem geht, in der Hoffnung, dass dann die Frage zurückkommt. Das ist nach dem Motto, man fragt, hey, wie geht's dir? Die Person sagt, ja, ist ganz okay, wie geht's dir denn? Warum sagt man nicht einfach, hör mal, mir geht's gerade nicht so gut, kannst du mir vielleicht helfen oder sonst was? Warum macht man es nicht so einfach? Warum ist man nicht direkt? Warum diese bescheuerten Höflichkeitsregeln? Das verstehe ich nicht. Aber gut.
Each one of us is an individual, and we have no direct connection to anyone else. But is that really true? In the dimensions we are most familiar with, yes, it is. If we look at things from another higher dimension, however, we may all be connected after all, like the branches of a tree or a rhizome. Imagine a horizontal cross-section of the root system of a large tree. All you can see are the spots where the roots intersect the plane of your cross-section. In the two dimensions you see, the roots all appear to be individual things with no connection to one another. But this isn't the case. If you expand your view and look at the root system in 3 dimensions instead of only 2, you see the truth. All the roots join together at the trunk. In 2 dimensions, they appear to be separate. But if you look at the roots from a 3rd higher dimension, you see things that might appear to be separate from one another in 3 dimensions could be connected to one another if you look at them in 4 dimensions. Doesn't that at least seem like it could be a possibility? I believe that is how human consciousness actually works. Well, I'm not the only one, I suppose. Zero and I share that belief.
Morphogenetic field theory.
Tenmyoji mumbled something that sounded like nonsense. I opened my mouth to ask him what it meant, but Akane was already talking again.
Now, when I talk about a 4th dimension, I'm referring to the 4th dimension used in Minkowski spacetime. Let's start with a single dimension, where all that exists is a point. Connect points to one another, and you have a line. In 1 dimension, the only surface you can create is that, a line. But move to 2 dimensions and create more lines, and you can create shapes. These are 2-dimensional surfaces. Move up to 3 dimensions, and you can connect these shapes to one another and form three-dimensional objects. Now you have a three-dimensional surface, which encompasses a volume of space. Connect three-dimensional objects to one another, and you formed a four-dimensional object, which encompasses a volume of both space and time. It is on that fourth dimensional axis that our minds are connected. If that was true, then what would prevent anyone from sending their consciousness backward or forward in time?
Ach ja, das ist immer so dieses sehr pseudowissenschaftliche. Aber gut, es ist interessant. Ich muss zugeben, mit so Sachen wie 4, 5, sonst was Dimensionalität kenne ich mich persönlich nicht aus, aber ich bin halt auch kein theoretischer Physiker. Ich bin studierter Biologe. Also, ich kann beurteilen, wie realistisch irgendwelche Körperfunktionen von Fantasy-Wesen sind, aber das war's dann auch schon. Ach, hallo an Marlon.
That theory is the foundation of the AB project. The A represents after, and the B represents before. It probably sounds silly to you. A ridiculous story made up by a mad old woman. But look at what's happened to you. You've seen many different worlds and timelines, haven't you, Sigma? And what about you, Phi? I know you have too. Am I wrong? Tenmyoji should know what I'm talking about as well. I believe you experienced something very similar nearly half a century ago. You sent your consciousness to the past to help save a little girl's life.
Moment, ich muss mal kurz die Tür zumachen, ansonsten gibt's hier gleich Störgeräusche. Kleinen Moment. So, weiter geht's.
It was a long time ago, but perhaps you still remember.
Yeah, of course I do. How could I forget? That little girl was you, Akane.
Suddenly it felt like Phi and I were outsiders, trespassing on something we had no right to see. Tenmyoji's face was taut with emotion as she looked into Akane's eyes. It seemed almost like she was looking back at him.
Now, unfortunately, my time is up. The final stage of the project will begin very soon. I need to go prepare. The next time we meet, I can tell you the rest of the story. So come and find me. I'll be waiting. One last thing. The cat in the box. Is it alive or is it dead? Sigma? Phi? You will decide its fate. Goodbye.
Was auch immer sie damit
Wait.
meint.
Akane, wait!
Oh, Tenmyoji. I can almost see you. You don't need to worry. Everything is going to be okay. I will see you again one day. I promise. But I'm going to have to ask you to wait just a little longer.
Wait. Akane!
And then she was gone. Tenmyoji collapsed to his knees, his back hunched and shaking. I saw tears land on his white-knuckled fists as he pressed against his thighs. Da habe ich ein Wort zu viel eingebaut. Das ist noch in einer dramatischen Situation. I kept quiet. What was there to say? Phi and I looked at one another and nodded silently. With a shaking hand, Tenmyoji pulled a photograph out of his pocket. It was a picture of a girl. After all that we'd been through, her smile was enough to break your heart. We made our way to the warehouse on floor A and met up with the others. Das war eine Anspielung an Schrödingers Katze. Das ist mir durchaus bewusst. Die Frage ist nur, wer ist die Katze? Aber weiter. It took only a few minutes to decide to head to the infirmary. As soon as we arrived, we began to treat Alice and Quark for Radical 6. I gave Luna the Accelavir that I'd found in the Q room. She quickly prepared it and... injected Alice and Quark.
Thank goodness. It will take some time for them to recover completely, but they should be fine. Good.
Indeed.
Thank you, Luna. And thanks for finding the medicine, you guys. Thank you so much.
Don't sweat it.
No need to thank us.
Tenmyoji said nothing, just walked over to Quark's unconscious body. He took the small boy's hand in his own and held it tight. I could see tears at the corners of his eyes as he turned away from us. Suddenly I remembered. Dio. Where had he gone? It didn't take me long to find him. He was sprawled unconscious on the floor beneath a sink. Handcuffs.
Oh, we found those in the crew quarters. Before you returned, we went to check on the bomb in room 2, and we found them there. Of course, the bomb was indeed turned off. Thank you again for dealing with them. You are, quite literally, lifesavers. You have my eternal gratitude.
I coughed awkwardly and looked pointedly around the room. I glanced over at Fi to see she was doing the same thing. After that, we headed back to the Floor A warehouse to play the AB game. Specifically me, Fi, Kay, and Luna. Clover and Tenmyoji decided to remain in the infirmary just in case something happened with Alice, Quark, or Dio. Luna would represent Clover's team. With Quark and Dio sleeping, Kay would represent their team by default. Which left me, Fi, and Tenmyoji. You should vote.
No, I'll let you handle it. I chose Betray in the last round. You probably don't trust me right now.
What? That doesn't matter now.
Excuse me. I apologize for interrupting, but I think you should be the one to vote in the next round fight.
Why?
You already have 9 BP. There's no reason for you to choose Betray now. You see?
Hey, you're acting like I might actually try and betray her.
Not necessarily.
What does it matter what he's suggesting? We're almost there. We just have to play the AB game 3 more times. Then we can all get 9 points. But that means each representative has to choose ally all 3 times.
Jetzt weiß man mittlerweile schon, wer Zero ist. Nicht so wirklich. Dann sind 2 Institutionen, dieser wissen wir es noch nicht. Wir sahen sie nicht tot, aber Zero Junior sagte, es gebe mehr als diese 9 Teilnehmer. Ja, er gebe nicht mehr als diese 9 Teilnehmer. Stimmt.
Okay, I'll vote. You sure you're alright with this, Sigma?
Yeah, I trust you. I handed her the star key.
Shall we open the doors?
An ambidex gate has been opened. 45 minutes remain until ambidex game polling closes.
Oh, right. We have to wait for the deadline.
Oh. Well, we could vote earlier, but then each voter would be stuck inside the AB room for 45 minutes.
Okay. Let's go back to the infirmary then.
I agree. Please, lead the way.
Luna and Kay set off toward the yellow door. I was about to follow when...
Hold on. I just remembered something.
What?
The AB room on the left. In one of the other histories, she...
Oh, yeah. You're right. Akane's body was in there. What does this mean? Why didn't we find her body this time?
Maybe because she wasn't murdered.
But how? When did history change?
Do you remember what Akane said?
The cat in the box. Is it alive? Or is it dead? Sigma, Phi. You will decide its fate.
The Schrödinger's cat thing?
Exactly.
I wonder what she meant about us deciding its fate.
Perhaps she was saying her own fate wasn't decided yet.
Huh?
The history where she's alive and the history where she's murdered are both real right now.
What? No, that's impossible. We've already opened the box. We opened the door to this AB room and there was no body.
No, we haven't opened the box. We haven't found a body, but we haven't found her alive yet either. In other words, we haven't actually observed her. The hologram was a recording from before this game started.
The next time we meet, I can tell you the rest of the story. So come and find me. I'll be waiting.
Where was Akane now? Where was she waiting for us? Hat da jemand eine Vermutung? Ich weiß es natürlich, aber vielleicht hat jemand eine Vermutung. Or, what if she wasn't anywhere now? What if she was waiting for us in another timeline? Or what if she was waiting for us in the past? Was that even possible? If she was, what would that mean? To be continued. A new destination has been added to the flowchart. Das speichern wir mal kurz. Wir haben noch nicht das Ende. Und wir sehen, oh, guck mal, hier ist jetzt so ein bisschen was davor. Weil hier sind wir jetzt wieder an einem Punkt, an dem wir noch nicht weiterkommen. Es darf nur keiner außer Luna einen richtigen AB rumgehen, richtig? Ihr Tod, nicht tot, darf noch nicht gesehen werden. Ah! Gehen wir mal in die Vergangenheit. Ah. Au. Au, 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 au. Damn it. Feels like my head's gonna explode. Wait. Where the hell am I? Looks like an elevator, but...
No. This is one of the AB rooms.
Ah! Who the hell are you? And what the hell's an AB room?
Damn. I guess you did lose your memory after all.
Memory? Memory. I remember. You're Phi. She grinned. When is this?
Check your bracelet.
It's a red pair. BP is 3.
Mine's the same.
Does this mean this is the beginning of the game? We've gone back to when we first woke up in the AB room?
No, not quite. I think we woke up a little earlier this time.
How do you know?
Push the buttons on the side of your bracelet.
2 hours, 15 minutes.
We didn't wake up this long before the primary doors opened last time. I think we're about an hour early.
Wait a minute. If you're right...
Yeah, Akane might still be alive. We got back before Dio killed her. I think.
Then...
Right. We're here for one reason.
to stop her from getting killed.
Exactly.
Let's move. We need to get out of here fast.
Don't need to tell me twice. Let's go.
Okay, es war nicht ganz richtig, was ich gesagt habe. Streng genommen gibt es hier dann immer noch diesen, wie soll man sagen, immer noch einen Escape Room, aber einen, den man sehr einfach Fast Elevator überspringen kann. Also, you need to remember the password for the safe. We figured it out last time. Die Passwörter verändern sich halt nicht. Man kann damit quasi komplett die Räume überspringen, wenn man die Passwörter kennt. Außer bei Q muss man vorher eine Kleinigkeit machen. There, it's open. Good work. Hurry up and grab the cracker. Cracker? Ah. Damn, I meant key. How the hell? Just shut up and do it. Okay. So, also dann. Wir haben eine alte Frau zu retten. Alright, let's just put this key in here. For God's sake, just do it already. No need to yell. Alright. Good. Looks like that worked. Ready, Fi? What do you think? I know. I don't need to ask every time, right? Then why the hell are you asking? Hurry up and... Right. I'm going. 10, 9, 8, 1. Done. Okay. Pi hat keine Geduld mit Sigma. Hey. You pushed the button. Bite me. You were taking too long. We're on a schedule here. Ugh. Fi and I climbed up through the hatch and out onto the top of the AB room. It took us only a moment to spot them. Akane. Behind her was Dio. He was moving quickly and quietly, a knife glinting in his right hand. Shit. There was no time to yell to her. I scrambled down from the top of the AB room. Fi wasn't following me. When I looked back, she was still standing on the roof. Fi! What the hell are you doing? Get down here and... Before I could finish, she moved. She ran across the roof, launched herself into the air. Ich glaube, wenn man jemanden so trifft, ist das Genick gebrochen. What the?
He's fine. Just unconscious.
Du bist ihm in den Nacken gesprungen. I bent down and held my fingers in front of his mouth. He was still breathing.
I don't think he saw me. He probably has no idea what happened to him.
Guy went down like a sack of potatoes.
He had it coming.
I heard footsteps come to a stop right in front of us. I looked up.
So you came. I've been waiting for you. You're here to hear the rest, right?
Wait. Just wait a minute. What the hell is your deal? How can you be so calm? If we hadn't shown up just now, you'd...
Have been stabbed in the heart by this young man and died. Yes. Although, that reminds me, I haven't thanked you yet. Thank you very much. I very much appreciate you saving me.
That... what?
Hold on. How do you know about being stabbed by Dio? Are you an Esper too?
Yes. Indeed I am. I am able to jump through time, just like you.
Then what the hell were you thinking? If you knew he was going to stab you, why were you going to let him do it?
Because I had to.
You what?
Think back. Why are you here? If I hadn't been killed by Dio, no one else would have been murdered. Consequently, your own abilities would never have manifested. I did explain, didn't I? The purpose of the AB project was to send the two of you to the past. Or your minds, at least. In order for that to happen, some death was necessary. When a human brain is faced with danger, its processing speed increases. Information is processed more quickly, and time almost seems to slow. A few seconds can feel like an eternity. Unfortunately, that in itself isn't enough to send oneself through time. The amplitude of the consciousness is simply too small. In order to increase the amplitude, we need to slow down the brain before the increase happens. It's a little like a slingshot. You pull back on the rubber band and then let go. The potential energy you stored in the band is released and converted into kinetic energy. That's what fires the bullet out of the slingshot. Now, while a slingshot can only fire in one direction, your mind isn't similarly limited. When the bullet of your consciousness is fired from the slingshot of your brain, it travels past the three-dimensional world and into the four-dimensional one. From that perspective, time is no longer fixed. In other words, you can travel to the future, the past, whenever you like. Your consciousness has been released from the three-dimensional cage. In order for that to happen, I had to infect you with Radical 6.
Whoa. What?
We're infected with Radical 6?
Naja, im Clover-Ende bringen sie sich ja nicht ohne Grund alle um.
Yes. Don't you remember, Sigma? Luna should have told you about it in another timeline.
Are you sure? Infecting all of these people with such a horrible disease?
Every single one of you has been infected. Well, apart from Luna, of course. Unfortunately, it was necessary. We needed to slow your minds in order to store up your potential energy. Then we provided a dire situation that would accelerate your processing speed. The result is what you are now experiencing. Your consciousness now occupies four-dimensional space-time. Even that, however, wasn't enough. You had the ability to travel, but your memories could easily be lost during the trip. If the project was to succeed, you had to be able to retain everything you learned in each reality. That was the reason you were forced to jump so many times. With each jump, your ability to remember improved. Eventually, you would be able to retain everything. That is why we made you play the A-B game. That was why you had to select different chromatic doors. By forcing specific choices, we could cause you to make more jumps.
Ja, also im Grunde war das so eine Art Trainingslager für Sigma und Phi. I get it. I think I finally understand. Well, okay, there are a lot of things I don't understand, but all of what you've just told me makes sense. You did all of this so that Phi and I could jump through four-dimensional space with our memories intact. Right?
Yes.
But why did you need us to do that? People have died for this. I mean, let's count how many different ways people died. Murder, antimatter explosions, suicide. I've died, so has Phi, so have you. Interessant, dass Luna dabei gezeigt wird, als Roboter. So why would you do all this? What does it matter that Phi and I jump through time?
Haven't I told you? Death was unavoidable. You are all destined to die. Sacrifices had to be made for the sake of the project.
I already know all that. What I'm asking you is why? What is so goddamn important that it's worth all this?
Ah. I'm sure you'll figure it out eventually.
What? Just when is eventually?
In a future not very far from now.
Bullshit. That's not good enough. Why can't you tell us now? Instead of answering, Akane knelt down next to Dio and picked his knife up on the, up off the floor. So, jetzt verlese ich mich in den dramatischen Momenten immer.
I'm going to keep this with me.
Don't change the subject.
But it's almost time.
What are you talking about? We've got plenty of time.
No. In a few moments, you'll return to the original timeline.
What?
This is the way it has to be. Don't fight it. Lagomorph.
Yes.
Lagomorph?
Bedeutet eigentlich auch nichts anderes als hasenförmig.
You call him Zero Jr. His official designation is Lagomorph. Lagomorph, this is an order. Unlock my bracelet.
Compliance.
Das Lustige ist, dass die Alte und der Hase von derselben Person gesprochen werden. Aber gut.
Now, everything is in place. I have put the bracelet onto Dio. All we have to do is place his body in the 5th AB room, the second one from the right.
That's the one Quark is in, right?
Correct. I will move him. I will also put your bodies back into the 3rd AB room. Once that's done, I will reset its puzzle to an unsolved state.
Why do you need to do all that?
To recreate the history that you remember. Your consciousness is about to leave your body and return to the future. Your body will be emptied, and your other consciousness will jump back in. If your bodies aren't back in the 3rd AB room by then, it would be bad.
So you're saying some version of us is going to wake up in that room and repeat the same history again? Well, I guess this could actually be our 2nd or 3rd time.
You are exactly correct. Lastly, I'm going to leave this with you.
She paused and pulled something out of her pocket. It was a small key attached to a string.
I'll tie it onto your ankle so that you won't lose it. All right, Sigma?
What's it say on there?
Tu fui ego eris.
It's Latin. It means, what you are, I was. What I am, you will be.
Yes.
What am I supposed to do with it?
It will help you meet someone who's very important.
What?
Go. Return to the future. You won't be alone. I will be at your side, watching over you. Now hurry.
Wait, I still... New Destination, ja. Das Übliche. So. Jetzt geht's hier nämlich weiter. AB Game Round 3 Ally. Das ist automatisch schon passiert.
Oh, looks like you're awake.
Is this the infirmary?
Why are we here?
Do you know what happened at the AB gate?
Kay and I went back to the infirmary, but...
We waited and waited, and the two of you never returned.
So we went to the warehouse to check on you.
We found you passed out in front of the AB rooms.
Kay and I hurried back here with you.
I looked over at Phi and met her eyes. Do you remember what happened just now?
You mean what happened a long time ago?
Yeah. You got him pretty good, huh?
Huh. Yeah, I remember all right.
Hey, what are you guys talking about?
Quark!
What am I? Chopped liver?
Alice!
Back among the conscious and not psychotic, huh?
Yeah, thanks. Grandpa told me what you did. Thanks for finding the medicine for us.
No problem, all in the day's work. Although, I wouldn't mind a little swimsuit action.
Really grabbing at straws here, aren't you?
Hey, I wasn't talking to Quark. That was an offer for Alice.
Not really my point.
Oh, whatever. Forget about that. Now that you guys are awake, all we gotta do is open the number 9 door.
Huh?
What are you talking about?
Look at your bracelet.
It says 10. I have 10 BP.
I've got 15 BP? That means I got 6 more points while I was out.
But how?
You've been asleep for more than 2 hours. We've played the AB game 3 times.
3 times?
Yes. Of course, the color and group assignments were shuffled around each time. But no matter who voted, everyone chose Ally.
Also waren es eigentlich 5 Runden, also wir haben 3 verpasst.
And now all of us have enough to leave.
Da merkt man mal, wo Kooperation einen hinbringen kann. Ich habe mal kurz einen Schluck getrunken. I was stunned. How had everyone cooperated long enough to raise all of our BP past 9? Was it because Akane hadn't been killed? It's a day's work. Kommt drauf an, wie man Zeitreisen zählt hier. Es sind ja mentale Zeitreisen und lustigerweise ja nicht nur vertikale, sondern auch horizontale, was sehr seltsam ist. Without a death to start things off, maybe we'd been less suspicious of one another. Or could the bombs have had something to do with it? We'd all joined forces against Dio, and Fi and I had been able to disarm all of them. All of us had banded together against a common enemy and overcome a tremendous threat. Perhaps that had strengthened our bond. Which, I had to admit, would be somewhat ironic. After all, Dio had planted the bombs that forced us all to work together against him. This must have been what Akane was talking about.
Haven't I told you? Death was unavoidable. Sacrifices had to be made for the sake of the project.
Come on, let's go! Let's open the door and get out of here!
Wait. What about him? After some discussion, we decided to leave Dio behind. Alice was the only holdout. She'd complained about wanting to take him back to her superiors, but after I mentioned they'd come back to investigate after we escaped and deal with Dio then, she reluctantly complied. Jetzt, klasse, man muss nur Sigma, Phi und Dio aus der Gleichung rausnehmen und schon vertragen sich alle. Das ist auch ein guter Punkt.
Alright, let's get going.
Aber gut, man muss bedenken, zumindest 3 von den übrigen 6 kennen sich ja auch noch persönlich. Ne, 4 sogar, wenn man Quark noch mit dazu zählt. Weil Tenmyoji kennt halt es ist ja Junpei, kennt ja Clover und Alice. Und Quark ist quasi sein engster Vertrauter als das Kind, das er großgezogen hat. Und naja, ansonsten haben wir noch Kay und Moment, wen habe ich vergessen? Und Luna. Luna verträgt sich sowieso mit allen und Kay ist, ja, wenn alle sich vertragen, gibt es keinen Grund böse zu sein, also bin ich lieb. Und mal ganz im Ernst, der wird von Travis Willingham gesprochen. Der Kerl ist ohnehin ein Teddybär gefühlt. Selbst als er Grog Strongjaw gespielt hat in Kampagne 1 von Critical Role, da war es... Ich finde das lustig, das ist so der mit Abstand größte und maskulinste Kerl von denen, von der gesamten Besetzung. Und der ist ein Pisser vor dem Herrn. Sobald es unheimlich wird, quiekt der los. Es ist super. Aber weiter. Everybody ready? I'm gonna open it.
Yes, just get on with it.
Everyone else swallowed and nodded. I grabbed the lever and pulled it down.
The number 9 door has been opened. It will remain open for 9 seconds.
All right, everybody, let's move. I didn't need to tell them twice. The room inside was clearly a loading elevator. It looked sort of like a large plate on top of a huge pedestal. So. We ran to the center of the plate and turned around. The number 9 door stood wide open.
2, 1, 0. The number 9 door is closing. The number 9 door has closed. This ends the nonary game. Thank you for your participation. As the game is over, all doors other than the number 9 door have been unlocked.
Was Dio nicht viel bringt, wenn er weiterhin an ein Waschbecken gekettet ist. Aber gut. Hat der Typ aber auch irgendwie verdient. Wobei, er hat es ja in dieser Zeitlinie nicht so getan, aber trotzdem. Er hat Bomben gelegt, das hat gereicht. Gut, ich gieße mir nochmal hier. Das ist jetzt die letzte Tasse, glaube ich. Ja, bumm. So, ein kleiner Rest drin. Naja. Das ist also die vorletzte. Oder beziehungsweise die letzte vollständige. So. Und schauen wir mal, wo wir
Looks like
landen.
we did it.
Yes,
Wobei wir wissen ja aus dem Dio-Ende, wo es lang geht. Oder wo
we
man
should
dann
keep moving.
Beyond the door was a wide hallway that ended in a very solid wall. To the left we found a very familiar looking door. We pushed it open and went in. The pressure exchange chamber.
You know what this place is?
Yeah, sort of. This whole facility is pressurized, apparently. I think the idea is to keep the air outside and consequently the virus from getting inside. That means that if we want to go out, we have to decompress so we match the outside air pressure. This room here is where you prepare for going into the actual pressure exchange room. You see all those suits along the wall? I figure we need to put those on and head to the decompression room downstairs.
Whoa! Hold on a minute! You're saying the air outside is full of that horrible virus?
Yeah, that's what it seems like. Of course, according to Akane, we were all already infected with Radical 6, so the whole room seemed a little pointless.
Why? How did all this happen?
Did they...
No, that's not possible.
We've come this far. We can't turn back now. Let's go outside. There's no way to know what's really going on until we do.
All right.
Haben wir einen Anzug, den Kay über seinen Anzug ziehen kann? No one else objected. We all donned the protective suits and headed downstairs to the decompression room. As soon as we were all inside, the process began. Through my helmet I could hear the soft hiss of air being sucked out of the room. We stood there for several minutes waiting for the process to finish. At last it did, and we heard the door begin to open. Beyond it was another decompression chamber. We repeated the process 2 more times before we reached the final door and opened it. Und jetzt kommen ein paar krasse Enthüllungen. The dead, bleak landscape wasn't a surprise for me. I'd seen it before in another timeline. The others hadn't, however, and although I couldn't see their faces through the visors of their helmets, I heard more than a few gasps over the radio. For a few long moments we just stood there, astonished.
Where the hell are we?
The desert, I guess?
I figured that out. I mean, which one?
I don't know, but I think I know what day it is.
Hmm?
Look at the moon. It's red, right? That means today's the total lunar eclipse.
So?
Remember the astronomy magazine in the lounge? Well, the next eclipse like this was going to be on December 31st, 2028. So...
Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. Are you suggesting we were sleeping for a week after we were abducted?
I think so.
Wherever we were must have been far away from any city. The air was clearer than I'd ever seen. And the stars? The sky was full of them. More stars than I'd ever seen in my life. I could even spot the hazy arm of the Milky Way. But the most striking feature was the moon. It was blood red and massive. Much bigger, in fact, than I remembered it being. Then, as I watched, a black spot began to move across its surface. It was hard to see details, but it looked circular. The spot continued to move across the moon, heading for the right edge. What's that?
The moon. Well, the moon's shadow, actually.
The moon's shadow? I frowned. That didn't make any sense.
Zero told me to stay quiet. I think he was worried I'd spill the beans on his operation. He said if I didn't toe the line, he wouldn't just kill me. He'd kill Quark, too. And I agreed, like an idiot, and brought Quark with me. Just so I could see her. Such an idiot. So, that being the case, might as well start with this. I meant what I said before. That up there is the moon's shadow.
What the hell are you saying?
Think about it. If that's the moon's shadow, then what's it falling on?
That's Earth?
Yeah. It's not the red moon you get from a lunar eclipse. And again, this isn't a lunar eclipse. It's a solar eclipse. Anybody in the black spot down there is looking up at the moon, covering the sun.
What? No. No way. If that's the Earth, then where the hell are we?
The moon, of course. This is the lunar surface. We were just inside a moon base. No way. No, you've got to be lying. How do you expect us to believe that? This can't be the moon.
Yeah. That's pretty ridiculous. Besides, if this was the moon, how do you explain the gravity? The moon only has 1/6 of the Earth's gravity. So what's this?
She picked up a rock and dropped it.
See? That looked perfectly normal.
Yes, it looked that way.
Luna?
You were right about the gravity in a way. I was one of the people who knew this wasn't Earth. Well, I suppose I'm not people, if we're being honest, but
Excuse me? What?
please just listen. Alice, you were infected with Radical 6. Then we gave you the Accelavir, which cured you. The Radical 6 isn't completely gone, though. Some of its symptoms stick around for a while.
What symptoms?
Well, Radical 6 can slow down your brain's processing speed by the root of 1/6. It can take a while for your brain to get back up to speed. Every one of us has been infected. In other words, all of our brains have been processing information at a much lower speed. If you evaluated the root of 1/6, you'll get a number close to 0.408. That means our brains are running at something slightly less than half speed. As you said before, the moon's gravity is about 1/6 that of Earth's. The time that it takes for an object to fall is inversely proportional to the square root of the gravitational acceleration. Since the gravity is lower on the moon, that means the time increases.
Ich frage mich ja persönlich, wie der Pitch für diese Story-Idee aussah. Aber ja, das ergibt tatsächlich auf eine gewisse Art Sinn.
I guess that's a little technical. Let me give you an example. Say you drop an apple from a height of 4.9 meters. It will take approximately 1 second to hit the ground. On the moon, however, that time would be 1 second times root 6, which would be approximately 2.45 seconds. I used 4.9 meters because it matches up with the acceleration of gravity nicely, but it could be anything. The gravity constant is, well, a constant. You could drop something from 10 centimeters or 10 meters and it would be the same. Does that make sense? So now we've established that on the moon, things fall root 6 times slower than they do on Earth. That being the case, what would happen if someone's brain slowed down by root 1/6? To them, 2.45 seconds would feel like 1 second. 4.9 seconds would feel like 2. But it's not hypothetical. That's what's been happening to every one of us. Wait, you're saying that's the reason we didn't notice the weaker gravity? Are you sure you didn't notice anything? Think back. Huh? of like my body isn't really mine. I'm sort of floating. Like that.
It seemed insane, but what Luna said made sense. In fact, it explained Phi's apparently superhuman strength quite well. Okay, und wenn Phi nur ungefähr ein Sechstel ihrer Masse hat, dann wird sie wahrscheinlich bei dem Treffer auch den nicht unbedingt direkt umbringen. Okay.
Wait, this is crazy. That can't possibly be Earth out there. Look at it. I've seen photos of Earth and it's blue and green and beautiful. That thing is just red.
Before we get into that, I should probably tell you something. This isn't New Year's Eve in 2028. Today is January 27th.
In 29?
No.
Don't tell me. 30?
Still no.
And just what year is this?
It's 74. 2074.
Also fast 50 Jahre später. No. That's insane. That would mean we were abducted more than 45 years ago.
I don't blame you if you don't believe me, but it's the truth.
How can you be sure?
It's not that hard. Quark and I left Earth on January 23rd, 2074. Solar eclipses are easy to predict. We've known that there'd be one on the 27th for a long time. That's just science. Nobody can change that.
But why is the Earth red?
That's a long story. About 45 years ago, on April 13th, 2029, there were 18 annihilation reactors operating in various parts of the world. On the 13th, all 18 of them went up, all at the same time. The explosion was about 180,000 times as powerful as the atom bomb they dropped on Hiroshima.
What? Why?
I suppose it started a few months before that. The government had a test site for a future Mars mission out in the middle of Nevada. On December 31st, 2028, there was an accident. Well, accident doesn't quite convey the right sense of the thing. The point is, Radical 6 claimed its first victims there, then escaped. Didn't take long for it to spread to the rest of the world. Like Luna explained, the virus slows your brain down. But eventually, it also makes you kill yourself. Pretty soon, the bodies started to pile up. Some people would take a dive off a building or shoot themselves in the head. You know, the classics. But for some, it was poison, or fire, or asphyxiation, or the noose. Plenty of people jumped in front of trains or cars. One pilot on a passenger airline drove his plane into the ground. Most forms of transportation ground to a halt pretty fast. That meant food couldn't get distributed, and thousands of people who weren't even infected died from starvation. Everywhere you went, there were just piles of corpses, covered in flies and rats and crows. I don't know what hell's like, but I imagine it's a lot like that. After a while, people who managed to avoid getting infected started trying to get in touch with one another. They got a hold of some radios and organized a couple meetings. There was only one thing to discuss, of course. How could they get rid of Radical 6? The answer, they decided, was purification. They figured they could just roast the surface of the Earth and that'd kill the virus off for good. On April 13th in 2029, they put their plan into effect. That plan was to detonate all 18 annihilation reactors. Now the truth is, that's mostly just rumor. Nobody really knows what happened. But I've got my own theories. I think that the bombers had already been infected. And when they died, they took billions with them. The ultimate if I die you're coming with me gesture, I suppose. happened isn't that important. Point is, it happened. You ever heard of nuclear winter? Well, that's basically what we got. The explosion threw a ton of crap up into the stratosphere, where it joined up with smoke and ash from all the fires. It blotted out the sun for 7 years. Plants withered, animals died by the millions. The few humans who were left banded together to survive. They were rough times. Eventually they were over, though. The sky cleared and the sun came back. Plants started blooming again, and the animals that hadn't died out completely began to reappear. Things weren't quite back to normal, though. It's been 45 years now, but there's still quite a bit of dust and ash in the air. That's what you're seeing. You know why a sun sets red? Well, this is the same thing. Blue and green light have short wavelengths, and they scatter when they run into debris in the air. Red light, on the other hand, has a longer wavelength, which means it'll get a lot farther when the air's dirty.
Und das ist tatsächlich richtig. Also, das ist zum Beispiel auch der Grund, warum man gewisse Sachen unter einem Lichtmikroskop nicht mehr gut erkennen kann. Es gibt Partikel, die sind so klein, dass eben eine Wellenlänge größer ist als das Objekt. Und das ist so der Punkt, an dem man sagt, da prallt das Licht nicht mehr von zurück. Oder seltener von zurück und darum kann man es unter einem Lichtmikroskop nicht mehr gut sehen. Gut, das ist jetzt jeder das Wissen aus dem Mikrobiologiestudium, von daher ergibt es durchaus Sinn, weil langwelliges Licht halt weniger von den Sachen abprallt. Das schwingt halt weniger und trifft dadurch weniger in der Luft quasi. Und wenn dann halt hauptsächlich rotes Licht durchgeht, man muss jetzt sagen, bei dem roten Licht, das man bei einem Sonnenaufgang oder Untergang sieht, ist es halt, das legt einen längeren Weg durch die Atmosphäre zurück und hat mehr Gelegenheit, auf Sachen zu treffen. Hier ist es einfach, da ist so viel feiner Staub in der Luft, dass eben das kurzwellige Licht einfach von dem Staub komplett zerstreut wird. Und ja, dann wäre die Erde tatsächlich rot. Wahrscheinlich jetzt nicht so ein Knallrot, aber sie wäre auf jeden Fall rötlich. Zumindest wenn der Staub fein genug ist. Ansonsten wäre sie einfach schwarz.
So there you are. The Earth looks red because that's the only color of light that can make it through the atmosphere.
I was speechless. What could I possibly say? There was no reason for Tenmyoti to lie to us. So we were standing on the moon, looking at the Earth. It was 2074. But why? Jetzt was verpasst und eingeschlafen. Im Grunde den größten Plot-Twist der ganzen Geschichte. Nach dem Motto, hey, die sind nicht in der Wüste, die sind auf dem Mond. Alle haben Radical 6 und deshalb ist die Verarbeitungsgeschwindigkeit langsamer. Und deshalb wirkt es für die so, als wäre die Gravitation normal. Das rote Ding ist die Erde nach einer Art nuklearen Winter von vor fast 50 Jahren. Ja, nicht viel, nur circa 50 Jahre Weltgeschichte. Auch gut, gute Antwort. Where were we then? I was so lost in thought I barely noticed Phi's approach.
Hey, Sigma. I think I figured something out.
A window popped up on the inside of my helmet with Whisper in the corner. She seemed to be using a circuit only we could hear. Yeah? What is it?
I figured out why there's an extra E.
An extra E? Oh, you mean the graffiti?
Yeah, the one on floor B. I think it's an anagram, just like on floor A.
What's Anna say this time?
God damn it, Sigma! Knock it off! Memento mori if the ninth lion ate the sun. If you rearrange the letters, you get... The man on the moon rules the infinite time. See? You need 6 E's to get that. So they stuck an extra one in ninth.
The man on the moon rules the infinite time.
I think it's a message for us from Zero Senior and Akane. Remember what she was telling us?
We created the AB project for one purpose. To transport the consciousnesses of two people into the past. Those two people are you, Sigma, and you, Vi.
So, what are you getting at?
My god, you're slow. You don't get it? They're saying we rule the infinite time. Infinite time. They weren't just talking about having us jump a couple hours. I think they're planning to send us back. Way back.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you think they're going to send us back 45 years?
Yeah, I'd bet on it.
So the ultimate purpose of the AB project is to send us back in time to that catastrophe Tenmyoji was talking about?
I think so.
That doesn't make sense, though. I mean, we came from that same time period, before it actually. So why bring us here and then send us back?
Well, Akane should be able to tell us the rest. Let's go pay her a visit.
Do you know where she is?
I've got an idea. Come on, think. Remember what she said when she gave you the key?
Tu fui ego eris.
The grave. The one in the garden.
Well, come on, what are you waiting for? Let's go.
We turned and ran back to the pressure exchange chamber, the others following close behind. Tatsächlich, Kay hat in einen Anzug gepasst.
What? What are you doing? Did you forget something?
We're going to go have a talk with somebody.
Who?
You really need me to spell it out? The person behind all this.
You mean Akane?
What?
I'll take that as a yes. Let me accompany you then.
Wait, why do you know about Akane?
I'll tell you when we get there. Now, if you please. I'm coming with you. You folks just said the magic word.
I'm going too then. So am I.
Hey, is this Akane you're talking about?
Yeah, you know her real well.
Wait, you're not... You're serious? What the hell is going on?
Ah, shut up. Just shut up. Come if you want to. We don't need you to do roll call. Once we get there, Akane can explain everything. With that, we headed back through the airlock. So, ich gieße mir jetzt den Rest vom Tee ein, der noch da ist. Auch wenn er inzwischen ziemlich kalt ist, wahrscheinlich. So. So, für eine knapp halbe Tasse reicht es mir noch. Und runter damit.
Ah, clever. The number 9 door on floor A is shut forever once the game ends. Assuming Zero Jr. was telling the truth, of course. But the door on floor B...
Yeah, thought we might be able to take the lift to it. And it looks like I was right.
Any idea where Akane might be?
Yeah. The grave.
You mean the grave in the garden?
Yeah. Don't worry. I don't think she's buried there or anything. Chances are she's alive. Just in the grave. Anyway, let's move. To the garden. Aber ja, dann werden wir vielleicht auch gleich mal sehen, was eigentlich Okay, das, was jetzt gerade da steht, ich habe den Kommentar erstmal noch nicht gesehen. Dann sagt sie Man on the Moon. Bisher hat sich Fire als Frau identifiziert. Ich würde nicht nur sagen eher, sondern ziemlich genau. Und was ich meine ist, jetzt können wir schon, was dieser lateinische Satz denn eigentlich zu bedeuten hat.
Is Akane really under here?
I think so.
What should we do? Are we gonna dig her out?
No, I don't think we'll be able to do anything, and we have to do anything like that. You see the keyhole on the grave? If I just insert this here, I pulled the key off my ankle and fitted it into the hole. I twisted it to the right until I heard something unlock. With a quiet grinding, the grave began to shift.
What is this?
It doesn't look like a coffin.
Yeah, it's a treatment pod.
Oh my god.
Damit wird zumindest eine Sache beantwortet. Denn wenn Sigma ja eigentlich auch aus dem Jahr 2028 stammen soll, aber 3 Leute auf jeden Fall eingefroren gewesen sein mussten, was war denn mit ihm? Könnte man jetzt denken.
It is, isn't it?
The glass on the cover had frosted over, making it opaque. We couldn't see who or what was in it.
Let's see what's inside.
She grabbed a hold of the lever on the side of the pod.
No good. I think it's locked.
What?
Treatment pod TP00. Stage 1 defrosting complete. Stage 2 will be complete in 10 minutes. Once stage 2 is complete, the lock will automatically disengage.
Right, cold sleep.
What?
These pods can put people into cold sleep. It uses something called CAS to freeze human bodies without destroying their cells.
So, Ms. Akane's like an ice cube?
I think so.
Then we gotta wait till she melts?
Yeah.
So how about you tell us your story while we wait, Kay? Specifically, why do you know Akane?
I remembered
What do you remember?
everything. I was born and raised in this facility. It's called Rhizome 9. A rhizome is an underground plant stem that spreads by sending out roots. Kind of makes sense, doesn't it? This facility is a little like a rhizome. Supposedly, that's why they call these installations that. The number comes from the facility's number. There are 54 rhizomes on the moon, and this is the 9th one. Well, I suppose the other ones don't really matter to you, do they? In any event, I grew up here with Akane and Zero Senior. I watched them create the AB project.
The AB project?
Yes. Its purpose is to send Phi and Sigma, or their consciousnesses at least, to the past.
Back 45 years, right?
Yes.
So, you want us to change history, huh? Go back and keep Radical 6 from getting out, and stop the reactors from exploding. That's our mission?
Well, not exactly.
What do you mean?
It's true that the ultimate goal of the project is to keep Radical 6 from spreading to the general population. But even if you do make it back, you won't be able to do much. By now, it's already too late.
Too late?
What do you mean?
Let me begin at the beginning. You might be thinking that Zero Senior and Akane were the ones who created all this, but that's not entirely correct. They only followed the histories they'd already seen. It was the only choice they had. Nothing less than the future of mankind is at stake. We need the two of you to jump through timelines while maintaining your memories. That is why you had to play the AB game, and why the chromatic doors were necessary. By forcing multiple options, you could make numerous jumps. We speculated that jumping more would strengthen your memories. The puzzles were also there for a purpose. Some theories hold that a moment of insight when you solve a puzzle strengthens your connection to the fourth dimension. That was the reason for the puzzles. Your infection with Radical 6 was also a vital part of our plan. By slowing down your brain's processing speed, we can store your potential. With that energy stored up, we just had to provide a life or death situation to launch your consciousness into the fourth dimension. Like a bullet from a slingshot.
Wait, hold on just a minute here. You keep talking about Sigma and Phi, but what about the rest of us? Why did you bring us here?
That's simple.
Und jetzt kriegen wir mal ein paar schöne Erklärungen.
In earlier histories, you were all here in Rhizome 9. We needed you here to accurately replicate those histories. Although I suppose that's probably not a good enough explanation for you. In a sense, though, it is the truth. Our primary goal was to replicate history. The rest is... Yes, I suppose I should explain. Very well. I will try and do so in a way you can understand. First, Alice and Clover. They were abducted 45 years and 1 month ago, on December 22nd, 2028. The location is Earth, of course. More specifically, Los Angeles, California. Correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
After being kidnapped, your bodies were sent to a facility under Akane's direction. You were placed in treatment pods and immediately put into cold sleep. 4 months later, you arrived at this facility. The date you finally arrived was April 14th, 2029. Your trip from Earth to this facility was aboard a spaceship powered by an annihilation engine. Following your arrival, your pods were placed in long-term storage. Does that make sense?
Are you telling me we were sleeping in those pods here for 45 years?
Yes. In preparation for this day.
But why? What do you need us for?
You are an Esper, aren't you, Clover? I mean that you are able to access the fourth dimension. Am I wrong?
Did Akane tell you?
In a manner of speaking. As I've already explained, the purpose of this project is to send Sigma and Phi's consciousnesses to the past. Espers are able to sort of resonate with one another, which can amplify their power. You understand? This is why we brought you here, Clover.
What about me?
We needed your help, Alice, to deactivate Dio's bombs.
Huh? But I didn't do anything.
But you did. In another history, you were able to perform a prime decomposition on the 25-digit integer that Dio left behind. Only you could do that sort of thing. Because of your feat of mathematics, we were about to determine that Dio had planted the bombs. Then we were able to question him and get the password for the number 31. Finally, we used that information to stop the bomb in this timeline. Without your help, Alice, we would have been reduced to nothing more than so much space dust. This history exists because of your presence. Now, let me explain why we needed Tenmyoji and Quark. Tenmyoji is simple. We needed you for the same reason we needed Clover. You are able to access the fourth dimension. Almost half a century ago, you used that ability to save a young girl, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
We needed you to resonate with Sigma and Phi, so we brought you here. All it took was a messenger.
Do you want to see Akane? If you do, come with me. I was a fool and fell for it.
And you brought Quark with you. In fact, you insisted that he come.
Yeah, I know. I guess you were worried about leaving me alone, huh? He kept saying you couldn't run off to the moon and leave me behind.
I'm sorry, Quark. If I hadn't been so stupid and selfish, none of this would have happened to you. I never thought this would happen. Can you ever forgive me?
Oh, don't worry about it. I mean, I agreed to come with you.
Jetzt, oh hey Alice, das macht dich zu einer 78 alten Frau, die damit klarkommt. Ich weiß nicht, ob die vorher 33 war. Naja.
I thought the moon would be way more interesting than boring old Earth. What kid would turn that down?
We didn't see the messenger after we got on the ship. It was on autopilot. As soon as we got in, and headed straight for the moon. During the trip, Zero told me to keep quiet once we got there. I don't remember anything after we landed.
Then there was a bunch of that white smoke, and we passed out, and when I woke up, I was in the AB room.
Now, Dio. His real name is Left, and he's the leader of a terrorist organization called the Myrmidons. He was ordered to come here. The Myrmidons are under the control of an organization called Free the Soul, which is in turn controlled by a man known as Brother. It was Brother who orchestrated the release of Radical 6 into the general population 45 years ago. Do you remember what Phi mentioned earlier? The ultimate purpose of the AB project is to change history and keep Radical 6 from being released. If we succeed, that would be bad for Brother and his organization. Our success would prevent them from creating the ideal world they're working toward. That is why Brother sent Left, his trusted lieutenant, to this facility. They needed to stop the AB project. So, Dio was given 2 tasks. The first was to eliminate Akane, the architect of the AB project. The second was to join the AB game and win it. If Dio won the game, the AB project would not be completed, at least not in that timeline. In other words, in that world, the project would have been stopped. If things didn't go as planned, Dio was given a contingency plan. If you cannot murder Akane and win the game, destroy Rhizome 9. Hence, the bombs.
Can I ask you something?
Perhaps.
How did Brother know about the AB project?
He was also an Esper. We can set Brother aside for now, though. May I proceed?
No one objected. We were all curious.
Excellent. That explains everyone, save 2. Luna and myself.
Jetzt, oh, das Wiki sagt, sollte ungefähr 2000 rumgeboren sein. Ja gut, dann ist die nicht... Ja gut, wenn 2000, dann wäre sie zu dem Zeitpunkt 28 gewesen. Na gut. Ist nah dran, aber nicht ganz so weit. Allerdings eine Sache muss ich jetzt kurz erledigen. Ich verschwinde mal ganz kurz dem Ruf der Natur folgen, bin aber in spätestens 2-3 Minuten wieder da. Kleinen Moment. So, da bin ich wieder. Irgendwas im Chat passiert. erstmal die Sache mit dem Wiki, gefährlich im Wiki rumzuwühlen. Da findest du sehr schnell Sachen raus, die du dann nicht wissen willst, weil das hart spoilert. Aber ansonsten, Brother Snake, naja, nach der Logik könnte es auch Aoi sein, also Santa. Von daher, weiter geht's.
Sigma and Phi already know the truth about Luna. I don't believe I should reveal any more, however. I think it would be more appropriate if you could ask Luna yourselves at a later time. Would that be all right with you, Luna?
Yes, that's okay.
As for me, as I said before, I was born and raised here. The rest of you were brought to this facility, but I've never left. That makes me someone close to Zero Senior and Akane.
Hey, I've been wondering, who is Zero Senior?
You've already met him, Sigma. In another timeline.
Yeah. Well, I saw a hologram. I still don't know who he is.
Stage 2 is complete. TP00 unlocking.
It looks like it's finished.
Jetzt wird's sehr interessant übrigens.
Shall we open the pod?
Yeah, let's do it. All of us gathered around the pod. The glass was still covered with frost, hiding the contents.
Okay. Let's get started then. Ready?
Phi laid her hand on the lever and looked around at us. I swallowed. Yeah, any time.
All right. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
What? Suddenly my head was full of memories from other timelines. I'd seen something like this before. The warehouse of floor B. In front of the white door. Kay was lying in front of me. I grabbed his mask and saw my own face. I'd never figured out who he really was. Why was there a man with my face underneath Kay's armor? It didn't make any sense. After I'd seen him, I was injected with tuberculine and that was the end of that. But wait. If the person in the pod was the same person I'd seen on the floor of the warehouse, who was wearing Kay's armor?
You finally noticed. Didn't I tell you? You won't be alone. I will be at your side, watching over you.
No. Oh my god. You're...
Yes, I am.
Plot twist.
Akane Kurashiki.
It's you. June, I mean Akane from... But you're old.
Yes, that's correct. I haven't spoken to you in a very long time, Clover. Or you, Junpei.
Junpei?
Akane. Long time no see.
I could barely hear what they were saying. My mind was still reeling. It felt like all the air had been knocked out of me, and it was all I could... Oh, and noch mal vorne. It felt like all the air had been knocked out of me, and it was all I could do not to collapse right then and there.
When? How long?
Do you remember when the two of you saved me in the warehouse?
Mit anderen Worten, Schrödingers Katze war quasi Kays an... Oder die Box war Kays Anzug.
Once you saved me, you went back to your future. Well, your minds did at least. I carried your bodies to the 3rd AB room, and then took Dio's to the 5th. After that, I went into the first room and borrowed Kay's armor.
So by the time you and Clover came out, you'd already...
Yes.
Wait, that doesn't make any sense. Dio killed you, and then Luna took your body to the 6th room. You couldn't have been in Kay's armor.
No, it was me. In this timeline, at least. In this one, I wasn't murdered by Dio. You two saved me. It's just like Schrödinger's cat.
Die Aussprache, aua!
Your actions in the future decided who would be inside the armor in the past.
What? No, that's nuts.
Alright, what about the other history? The one where you weren't saved. What happens then? Who's wearing the armor?
That's quite simple. The man in front of you.
Him?
That's correct. Whenever I'm not in the armor, he is.
What about the memory loss?
For my part, I confess that I lied. He, on the other hand, was telling the truth. Large doses of soporil can cause memory loss. I gave him a rather large dose.
So, who is he?
You've never seen him before?
No.
What about the rest of you?
I have no idea who he is.
I've never seen him before.
Interessante Reaktion, oder?
Me either.
Total stranger.
Hey, come on. What are you guys saying? Right here? Same face?
Huh?
Are you all right, Mr. Sigma? Did you hit your head or something?
Huh? What? It didn't make any sense. Why didn't they recognize me?
Sigma, your consciousness can jump through time. You can inhabit your body in the past or in the future.
What does that mean?
Don't you get it? You've jumped to the future. From 45 years ago.
I looked around frantically. A pond. I ran to it and threw myself down onto my knees. Crawling on all fours, I approached the edge. My heart was hammering inside my chest. A cold sweat trickled down my spine. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down, damn it. I struggled to take deep breaths. Then slowly, I peered into the pond looking for my reflection. What? Und da haben wir die Antwort. Und ich möchte dazu mal kurz sagen, darauf wurde an mehreren Stellen so ein bisschen hingeteast. Denn der sagte ja ursprünglich erst 22. Und da sagte zum Beispiel auch Fei, boah, wenn du mit 22 so aussiehst, musst du eine Menge Drogen genommen haben. Oder es gab eine andere Stelle, wo Dio ihn zum Beispiel als senil bezeichnet. Es gibt immer wieder einzelne Punkte, wo subtil darauf hingewiesen wird, dass Leute ihn für alt halten. Aber ja, wenn 45 Jahre vergangen sind, dann kann das vielleicht erklären, warum seine Arme Prothesen sind. Und ja gut, dass er das mechanische Auge nicht bemerkt hat, ist ein bisschen seltsam. Aber ja, damit hat sich wohl auch die Frage geklärt, wer Zero Senior ist. No, this can't be real. This face...
It's your face, Dr. Sigma Climb.
Und den Namen Climb haben wir auch schon mal gehört. So rückwärts geschrieben in einem Passwort.
Although to the you that's behind it now, It's your face 45 years from now. Zero, the mastermind of the AB project, is you.
What? No, that's not possible. That's bullshit.
No, it's the truth. Fighting it isn't going to do you any good. Please, Doctor.
I'm not a doctor.
You will be. A pioneer in the field of genetic engineering.
Da wird er mir gleich sympathisch. Ich bin ja selbst, also Mikrobiologie und Genetik war ja mein Fachgebiet. You're lying.
No, I'm not. You created him. Well, I suppose I should say you are going to create him.
Create?
His name is Kyle Climb, your clone. That is why he looks just like a younger version of yourself. 23 years ago, in the biolab here in Rhizome 9, you created Kyle. Well, I suppose for you, that's still in the future. When I said I was born and raised here, I was still pretending to be him. The gravity here is only 1/6 of Earth's. If nothing was done, the reduced gravity would cause his bones to be weaker than normal human ones. But you prepared for that. You gave him that armor. Ever since he was born, he's lived inside of it.
Jetzt, oha, das macht irgendwas sexuelle Erinnerungen, das ist ein ganzes Stück creepier. Ja, so ein bisschen. Weil ich sagen möchte, alte Leute sind durchaus auch sexuelle Wesen, aber wenn die Frauen so viel jünger sind, hat das meistens eine gewisse, ja, hat das ein Geschmäckle.
It kept his muscles and bones strong. He wasn't forced into it for the nonary game. He's been wearing it every day, all his life.
But why would future me create a clone?
He was to be your spare. If something happened to you before the project began, he would take your place. I mentioned before that the AB projects A and B stood for after and before. That isn't all they mean, though. The A also means anima, and the B means body. Anima is another word for the soul or the consciousness. Body is, well, exactly what it says on the tin. The past consciousness will go into the future body, and the future consciousness will go into the past body. They switch.
Übrigens, das jetzt bezüglich der Altersunterschiede und sexuellen Innuendos. Darum finde ich auch, ist einer der Gründe, warum ich die Sachen, dass manche Leute halt einfach Phi und Sigma hart geschippt haben, als dieses Spiel rauskam. Ein bisschen seltsam. Ist einer der Gründe, ist nicht der einzige Grund. Aber auf die anderen Gründe werde ich erstmal noch nicht eingehen.
That was the chief goal of the project.
Wait, so the future person goes into the past person?
Sigma, do you remember the note you found in the garden?
You mean this, right?
Yes. Ah, of course, it was you who investigated the garden in this timeline.
Yeah.
Sigma, take a good look at this. It's an illustration of the time jumps your consciousness is making.
Und wir sehen, da spielt auch die Nevada-Testzeit eine große Rolle. Ah, ich kann die Maus zeigen, perfekt. Sehen also hier, irgendwas ist mit dieser Testzeit. Es gibt einen Sprung. Das junge Bewusstsein landet also hier. Und wir haben hier, oh nee, warte, Nevada-Testzeit bezieht sich auf diesen Bereich. Das heißt vorher, Punkt A, es gibt den Sprung hierhin. Und wir sind hier im Bereich Rhizome 9. Das ist also das, was hier gerade passiert. Die Idee ist jetzt also ein Sprung zurück zu diesem Punkt D. Was auch immer das genau ist. Punkt B gibt es dann wieder einen Sprung an die Stelle, wo das jüngere Bewusstsein war. Das heißt, jetzt hier quasi der Sprung zurück ist nach dieser Sache in Nevada. Hier wird eine Zeit verbracht. Das AB-Project aufgebaut, wenn man es genau nimmt. Es wird zurückgesprungen zu dieser Stelle Teilnahme an der Nevada-Testzeit. Der Standardverlauf wäre, dass es hier lang geht, man wieder zurückspringt, quasi mit diesem alten Bewusstsein die Position tauscht und die Zeit so weiter verläuft. Die Idee ist aber, dass man hier einen anderen Verlauf findet und eine Lösung für das Problem. Jetzt, aber gerade diese Beziehung finde ich dadurch irgendwie natürlich, Herr Pfeiffer traut Sigma wirklich und fühlt sich nicht irgendwie aus ästhetischen Gründen zum hingezogen. Das ist tatsächlich auch ein guter Punkt. Aber ja, wenn man halt diesem Verlauf hier folgt, ist das quasi Sigmas Bewusstsein von jung nach alt. Was ich sehr interessant finde, diesen, ja doch, sagen wir mal, so ein bisschen Schlangenlinienverlauf und ein bisschen verschnörkelt, aber mir gefällt das.
A is where everything began. December 25th, 2028. You inhaled the white smoke in your car and lost consciousness. From there, you jumped to B. January 25th, 2074. You woke up in one of the AB rooms in Rhizome 9. You are in your own body, but it is 67 years old. Your consciousness has jumped 45 years into the future. I believe that may explain why you didn't notice the reduced lunar gravity. The body you woke up in was much older. Normally, you would have noticed that your muscles were much weaker. In this case, however, the lower gravity balanced that out. Moving on, if you continue along this line, what happens next? You reach C, which is January 27th, 2074. That is today.
Whoa. Wait, what do you mean? Are you saying it's been 2 days since we woke up?
36 hours to be exact. Have you already forgotten? You were all infected with Radical 6. The virus slowed your brain down. So yes, 36 hours of real time have passed. But to you, it only seemed like 14 hours and 40 minutes. Now comes the important part. After this, your consciousness will return to the past. It will re-emerge at point D. April 13th, 2029. You will return to your younger body.
But that's the same day as the reactor explosions.
Yes. That is why I said it will be too late. You will return to the past, but the events you would want to prevent will have already happened. The story does not end there, however. The line continues. After reaching point D, you will eventually return to B. But this time, you won't be jumping through time, or at least not at a rate faster than normal. Your consciousness will spend 45 years inhabiting the same body, until you reach point B. Do you remember when B is Sigma?
January 25th, 2074. According to what you just told us, it's 36 hours ago.
Correct. That was when the consciousness of the 22-year-old Sigma jumped into the body of 67-year-old Sigma. So where did the older version of you go when you took his body?
Point A. December 25th, 2028. The day all of this started.
Yes. His consciousness will go back in time 45 years. Period of time he will inhabit your younger body. While your younger consciousness is elsewhere, he will be you in the past.
But once that body reaches point D, my 22-year-old consciousness will come back from point C.
That's correct. When that happens, the older version of you will be ejected from your younger body and return to your body at C.
So it's rotating.
Rotating. I suppose you could put it that way. But look at this illustration closely. What if you take all these lines and untangle them? You get one single line. It may look complicated, but in truth, it's a single straight path, with one exception.
This line here at point E, right?
Exactly. Point E is December 31st, 2028, the day of the total eclipse.
The day Radical 6 got out of the test facility.
Yes. By now, you've likely figured it out on your own. The purpose of the AB project was to get the consciousness of the 67-year-old Sigma from point B to point A. If we can do that, we can change what happened 45 years ago.
So the old version of me will keep Radical 6 from getting out by jumping into my 22-year-old body on New Year's Eve 2028?
Yes. That is why this line could not be interrupted. In order for the 67-year-old version of you to reach point B, we first have to go through point D. In order to get to point D, we must jump from point C. And for point C to happen, we had to recreate everything that happened in this facility. That is why we have faithfully retraced history up to this point, so that we might save humankind from destruction and undo the horrors of the last 45 years.
Tell me one thing.
What is that?
You said that point C is January 27th, 2074, which is today. There's going to be a jump, and I'll jump to April 13th, 2029.
Yes, that's right.
But look, I'm still old. When is this jump supposed to happen?
Very soon.
Soon?
Yes.
And what's going to trigger it?
We need potential energy stored to send your consciousness into the fourth dimension. Fortunately, we now have plenty of that. Thanks, ironically, to Radical 6. All that remains is to launch your consciousness, like a bullet from a slingshot.
And how do you propose to do that?
Didn't I tell you? A crisis. A moment balanced between life and death. That can jumpstart your brain.
What do you mean?
You haven't figured it out? I mean this.
Dio's knife? No sooner were the words out of my mouth. Fi! I screamed and leapt toward them. Akane was already in motion, the knife diving toward Fi's chest. I was almost there. When I regained consciousness, I was on the floor. There was a dull pain in my chest. I felt for a cut, but something was in the way. It took me a moment to realize that it was Akane's body lying on top of me. I twisted my neck to look around. Nearby was an old tombstone. On it was written a few words in Latin. Tu fui ego eris. What you are, I was. What I am, you will be. Und jetzt ergibt das Ganze auch auf gewisse Art und Weise Sinn. Ja, jetzt sehen wir hier die japanischen Sprecher. Im Original ist es ja komplett auf Japanisch. Aber das war Virtue's Last Reward. Allerdings werde ich hier das noch nicht beenden, keine Sorge. Es gibt nämlich noch einen kleinen nicht-kanonischen Anhang, der hinterherkommt. Und es gibt noch eine Menge Fires zu lesen. Und da ich morgen frei habe, werde ich das auch noch weitermachen. Von daher... hier. Where's Localization Access Games? Sieht man dann irgendwo auch die Namen von den Leuten, die mitgesprochen haben? Licensing Manager, Project Load, Session Lead, Editor, QA Testing, Support QA Tester. Da müssen doch irgendwo mal die englischen Sprecher auftauchen. Special Thanks. Original Staff. Okay. Übrigens eine Kleinigkeit. Der Kopf hinter den Zero Escape Teilen ist zum Beispiel auch ein guter Freund von dem Kopf hinter den Danganronpa Teilen, was man an einigen Stellen nicht durchaus merkt. So, die Programmierer. Ich lese das jetzt nicht alles vor. So, ich warte jetzt, bis irgendwo mal die englischen Sprecher auftauchen. Einfach damit ich mich dann darüber beömmeln und abnörden kann. Recording Studio, Casting Management, Project Management. Sales? Ernsthaft? PR? Ja, das VOD läuft ja nicht weg. Alles kein Problem. Jetzt hier Special Thanks, Additional Thanks. Ich kann schon mal sagen, also Phi und Sigma werden im dritten Teil wieder auftauchen. Mal schauen, ob ich am Samstag direkt anfange, den dritten Teil zu streamen. Ich kann es noch nicht sagen. Der dritte, muss man eigentlich sagen, der hat ein paar Kleinigkeiten, die er anders macht. Unter anderem, es gibt keine richtigen Novel-Sequenzen mehr, sondern nur noch Filmsequenzen. Allerdings sind die auch... it's a new destination has been added to the flowchart. Das ist eine relativ kurze Sache tatsächlich. Und ja, wie man sieht, das ist jetzt nochmal vor der ganzen Nummer. Was ich sagen wollte, ist halt, das macht das Ganze ein bisschen anders, aber sonst ist es prinzipiell sehr ähnlich und die Story ist nicht weniger vertrackt als die ersten beiden Teile. So, 13. April 2029. Bei sonstigen Sachen stehen da nicht die Daten. Okay. Wobei, nee, das ist noch nicht der nicht-kanonische Teil, das ist...
Today is April 13th, 2029, and this is the evening news. Unfortunately, I'm sorry. I don't have any news to read. All of our station's reporters have passed after contracting Radical 6. So have my... Excuse me. I've managed to keep us on the air until now. But I'm out of tricks. It's time for me to sign off. This concludes our broadcast day. I pray that someday our world can be cleansed of this horrible plague. Goodbye.
For a moment I just stared at the TV. The roar of the static seemed to fill the entire room until with a click it disappeared too. Had the power gone out? Wir sind also quasi gerade frisch in der Apokalypse. I heard footsteps behind me and turned around. You. Akane?
It looks like the first step was successful.
What the fuck? You killed me!
Killed?
I guess technically you're going to kill me 45 years from now, but still.
Hey, no need to be rude about it. I didn't kill you. I hit you with the butt of the knife. You're fine.
I'm okay?
Yes. You and Phi needed to experience a state of crisis. That was the only way.
Me and Phi?
Yes. I only told you about you, but we also needed Phi to jump. Now, you know what happens next, right?
We go to the moon?
Correct. We will be leaving tomorrow, April 14th, 2029. We've nearly finished preparing your shuttle. Only a few last-minute checks and additions. You'll be traveling to Rhizome 9, along with 3 treatment pods.
Alice and Clover, right?
Yes.
What about the third one? Who's in there?
Phi. We put her into cold sleep 2 days ago. She appeared at our headquarters and volunteered to be frozen. That wasn't the Phi who jumped from Point C, though. It was Phi before she jumped from Point A to Point D. In other words, she was following the same path you are. And she still is.
Then that means that after you froze her, the Point C version of her jumped back to her body?
Yes. The Point C version of Phi is sleeping in that pod. She'll stay there for the next 45 years, sleeping in ice.
Then when she gets to Point B, her consciousness will jump to Point A, right?
Correct.
Huh. So that's why she didn't look old. So why don't you just stick me in one of these pods?
We can't do that.
Why not?
You haven't figured it out? You have to spend the next 45 years working on the AB project. After arriving at Rhizome 9, you must master genetic engineering and artificial intelligence programming, among other disciplines. Otherwise, you will be unable to create Kyle, Luna, and Lagomorph. And, of course, you will need to develop the chromatic doors and the bracelets. You will also be the person who summons Tenmyoji and Quark. Once you've completed all the preparations, then the project can actually begin. January 25th, 2074. You will defrost Phi and carry her to the 3rd AB room. Once you've done that, the 22-year-old version of you from Point A will force you out. And you'll just go back 45 years to your own body on December 25th, 2028.
And then I change history? Do you really think I can keep the virus from getting out?
You have to. If you don't, billions of people will die. Only you and Phi can save them.
What about you? Aren't you an Esper too?
I can't do anything on my own. If this is going to work,
I'll need your help.
So, what do you need to do?
What do you mean?
Like, what specific actions do I need to take? When Fi and I jump to point A, what are we going to do then?
You'll both enter the Mars mission test site.
And after that?
I don't know.
What?
I'm sorry. I really don't know anything about what happens in there.
Und dafür gibt's den dritten Teil.
We don't know how the Radical Six escaped. We don't even know why it was there in the first place.
Oh, crap. Then we're screwed.
That's why we need your help. You have the ability to jump through time and across parallel worlds. We need you to figure out what happened in that test facility. Things will be difficult, and I'm sure you will find yourself in a great deal of danger. But I believe the two of you can overcome any obstacle.
Wait. How do you know it's so dangerous?
The 67-year-old version of you told me what happened. He wasn't able to stop the virus. So I suppose you could say you told me after you failed.
What did I say?
That the test facility is full of traps. There was one point, a woman's life was in danger. You risked yourself for her sake, and lost your arms and your right eye.
Okay, Sigmund, du musst jetzt folgenden Doktortitel erlangen, diese Erfindung kreieren und danach folgende Programme, KIs etc. schaffen. No pressure. Ja gut, wenn du 45 Jahre hast, geht's ja noch. Ja. My arms and my right eye. What the hell? Suddenly a low rumble shook the building. What was that?
Go have a look.
I moved slowly to the window and peered outside. On the horizon I could see a massive mushroom cloud climbing slowly toward the sky. Would we really be able to change the course of history? No. That was the wrong way to look at it. It couldn't be a question. I had to change history. We could save the world. I'm going to change history. I stared at the darkening skies above us and steeled myself. I would succeed. Und ja, dafür gibt's den dritten Teil. Allerdings ist Sigma interessanterweise kein Point-of-View-Charakter im dritten Teil. Und es kommen auch ein paar andere Charaktere vor, die man kennt. It's End or Beginning. Auch ein schöner Punkt hier. Speichern wir auch nochmal ab. Und jetzt gibt es einen kleinen Punkt, der, glaube ich, hier irgendwo auftauchen müsste. Relativ weit unten. Ist der dann hinter dem Pfeilende? Ich glaube, hinter dem Pfeilende. Genau, hier haben wir nämlich noch einen Punkt. Infirmary Another Time. Das ist so ein bisschen versteckt. Das ist nicht kanonisch und geht relativ schnell. Ach, genau. Ach ja, und dir fehlen deine Arme und ein Auge. Nicht wundern. Oh, gut, ja. Wobei, es gibt im dritten Teil eine Zeitlinie, die führt genau hier hin. Das kann ich schon mal verraten.
Where?
I see you've finally woken up, Kyle.
Kyle.
Ah, yes. Of course. You've only just woken up in this timeline. It's only natural for some of your memories to be missing.
I lurched upright, jumped off the bed and ran around to the other side of the partition. The mirror over the sink was covered with a film of dirt. I wiped it off with my sleeve and my reflection stared back at me. There was no mistake. The reflection belonged to...
Kyle Climb. So, I'm Dr. Climb? Zero Senior's clone?
möchte kurz anmerken, das ist nicht die Stimme von Travis Willingham gerade. Wenn ich mich recht erinnere, ist das Troy Baker, der lustigerweise sonst immer als ein Double für, oder ein Stimmdouble für Matt Mercer auftaucht. Übrigens, das ist das Geile am dritten Teil. Matt Mercer spricht Sigma. Aber das ist, ich bin ein Fanboy, tut mir leid.
What? How do you know that? Shouldn't you still be suffering from amnesia?
An excellent question, one I didn't quite know the answer to myself. I knew who Kyle Klein was. In another history, he had been called K and had worn a suit of armor. He hadn't just worn the armor in that history, though. Apparently, he had worn it all his life. Kyle had been born and raised in this lunar installation, which seemed to be called Rhizome 9. Rather late in his life, Akane had appeared as a mother figure, and he had consequently grown very attached to her. I knew everything about him. But even though I knew it, I didn't feel it. Was I really Kyle Klein? Every time I looked in the mirror, I saw his face. The spitting image of Sigma Klein in his younger days. I looked down. There was Dio still handcuffed. I turned back around to Luna.
What day is today?
January 27th, 2074.
Today is the last day of the AB project. Akane has explained everything in the garden. And she drew a knife and attacked Phi. How long have I been asleep?
About 5 hours in mealtime. For them, it would have seemed like a little more than 2 hours.
So they still haven't been treated for their Radical 6?
No, they've all been given the antiviral. It just takes a while to have an effect.
I see. So the consciousness of the younger Sigma has gone back into the past. It should have happened right after Akane attacked Phi, right?
Yes,
Why am I here?
the doctor carried you back here. You were in the pod in the garden.
So the person you call the doctor is Sigma Klein, as inhabited by his age-appropriate consciousness.
Yes, but how do you know that?
Dio seems to have remained unconscious.
Yes, I've been administering Soparil whenever he gets restless.
What about the others?
They've all gone off to different areas. Tenmyoji and Quark, for instance.
Oh, right! Mr. Klein!
So the sleepyhead's finally up, huh?
What are you two doing here?
You don't know where we are?
This is the upper floor of the pressure exchange chamber. The real one.
Mm-hmm.
We were just about to get dressed and head out.
You plan to return then? To Earth, I mean.
Yeah.
Sigma told us where we could find the shuttle that brought us here. Well, guess he's not really the Sigma I knew anymore. He's Dr. Klein now, or Zero Senior, depending on how you look at it.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Well, I'm just curious why you would choose to return to a devastated planet when you could stay here.
How's staying here gonna help? You aren't gonna say something idiotic about how we should wait here until Sigma changes the past, are you? You can't wait for something that's already happened. Grammar doesn't work that way. Hell, nature doesn't work that way. You following me? We've already lived through history. Sigma failed to keep the virus from getting out. About 45 years ago, Radical 6 created a pandemic, and the antimatter reactors blew up. That all happened. Whatever Sigma does in the past, history's not gonna change. In fact, it's because of what he did, or didn't do in the past, that we've got this past and present. Let me give you an example. Imagine a group of 100 motorcycles driving down an endless freeway. Eventually, they hit a junction. The road splits in two. One freeway continues off northwest, and the other stretches out to the northeast. So one guy, we'll call him S, pipes up. "Let's go northwest," he says. So they take the northwestern road, but about a mile past the intersection, something horrible happens. A semi driving the other way veers into their lane and plows through the bikers. 90 of them die. The surviving 10 are wounded, but survive. They don't stop, though. They keep riding down that highway, and eventually they'd gone 10,000 miles. Then suddenly, something happens that they couldn't have predicted. S, who had survived, suddenly has his consciousness thrown back in time. He ends up back in his own body just before they reach the junction. He remembers everything. So what does S do? What anybody would do. Let's go northeast. That means all 100 of the bikers survive to reach their destination, happy and healthy. And they all live happily ever after. That's what you're thinking, right? It's a great outcome for the 100 bikers that went northeast. But what about the 10 that went northwest and survived the accident?
Huh? Wouldn't it be 9 people? I mean, S's mind went back in time, right?
Right. Okay, 9 people then. What happens to the reality they were living? Does it just disappear when S changes the past? It's not as if it was only bad things that happened during that 10,000-mile trip. Maybe one of them fell in love with a woman working at a gas station they stopped at and had a child. Maybe one of them picked up a homeless kid who joined them on their adventure. That 10,000-mile journey would be full of stories. Friendships, farewells, romances. The loss of those 90 lives is horrible and unfortunate. But what would rewriting their history mean? The 9 who survived lived full lives. How can it be right to just erase all that?
Das ist tatsächlich eine Sache, das erinnert mich jetzt gerade sehr stark an Steins Gate. Übrigens eine Visual Novel, die viele mal spielen sollten, auch wenn man sich am Anfang ein kleines bisschen durchquälen muss, weil der Charakter, den man da als Point-of-View-Charakter hat, einfach Fremdscham hoch 10 ist. Aber insgesamt wird es nachher einfach eine richtig coole Story. Und ja, da kommt auch so dieser Gedanke, unter anderem.
The survivors overcame their own misery and loss and made the best they could of the hand they'd been dealt. Isn't that worth something? Isn't that the best thing that humans can aspire to? Is there really any point to a world where everything is happy? Are people who struggle for a better life just idiots? Being human is about fighting, even when it seems hopeless, and finding happiness even in a world that hates it. Are you saying that's worthless? If you're saying rewriting the past will erase all these other timelines, then whatever God wrote those rules can Look, I'm just not going to accept that, all right? You get it?
If Sigma changes the past, then you and Quark will never meet.
Is he right?
No, it's not going to happen. We're here right now. This is reality. Even if Sigma does change the past, we're not just going to disappear or something.
Oh! Then that means we get to stay together? Good.
Thanks, kid.
I understand how you feel. Why you want to return to Earth is clear. You have lives there, I imagine. There are likely people waiting for you.
Right.
Uh-huh.
Have you already said goodbye to the others?
Vi, Luna, Alice, and Clover all saw us off. We told them we'd see them again someday, and then came here.
They were the only people you want to say goodbye to?
No point saying anything to Dio.
Besides, he's asleep. You were asleep too.
Sorry, but we didn't really know much about you.
You have a point. Akane was in the armor in this timeline, after all. What about Sigma?
Well, he's not really Mr. Sigma anymore.
Of course. He is Dr. Klein now that his consciousness has returned.
Yeah, but more importantly, he's the guy who brought us all here. Not a lot of warm feelings there, you know?
And Akane?
Never mind her.
Das ist schon hart.
She's just like him. Not the Akane I knew. She must have seen some pretty awful things over the years. Hell, she might not even be human anymore. But the Akane Kurashiki I know isn't here. She's not anywhere.
Was finde ich auch
In the end, Clover and I were just pawns.
worauf ich eigentlich hinaus wollte, was auch ein interessanter Ansatz ist, dieses von wegen, diese Person existiert nicht mehr. Ich finde, das ist eine interessante Art, den Tod zum Beispiel zu betrachten. Denn wenn man so ans Leben zurückdenkt, gibt es immer wieder diese Stellen, an denen man eigentlich denkt, okay, existiert dieser Mensch noch, der ich einmal war? Insbesondere existiert zum Beispiel das Kind noch, das ich einmal war? Eigentlich nicht. Also Teile von uns sterben immer mit der Zeit und neue kommen hinzu. Und hat so ein bisschen was vom Schiff des Theseus, aber gehen wir hier mal weiter.
Pawns to be used and then gotten rid of. Still, it's not like we're completely resentful. We had to be here to help change the past. That part's easy to understand. But
Kinda sucks, though. I mean, Sigma and Phi have it easy. They get to go back to December 25th in 2028. They'll stop the Radical Six and save the world, and then they'll have a nice, normal future to look forward to. In other words, they get to go back to Point E and just enjoy history like it was supposed to happen.
But we don't. We're stuck with Point C as our starting point.
You told us about Ten Myoji's story, right? The one with the motorcycles? It would be like if Alice and I were kidnapped right before the intersection. Then whoever grabbed us takes us to wherever the bikers are going, 10,000 miles to the northwest.
Don't get us wrong. We know why we had to be here. Without us, S's consciousness wouldn't have been able to go back to right before the intersection.
If that couldn't happen, then the fate of those 90 dead bikers would be sealed.
Ah, übrigens zu dem Kommentar jetzt gerade. Da sage ich mal, okay. Man of Culture, was? Sehr schön.
But
It's still not the best situation for those of us left in the Northwest. We're stuck in the reality where the 90 bikers died.
are we just supposed to go live on Earth? It's a wasteland now. And what about our friends and families? We left a whole world behind 45 years ago.
Even if it is for the greater good?
It just doesn't seem fair, does it?
Yeah, it's a little bit much.
So we went and talked to the old lady.
She told us that there is one way.
One way we could get back to the past.
Let's say you do go back to the past. Wouldn't that cause your minds to get thrown back here? That seemed to be how Sigma and Phi's jumps worked, at least.
Yes, you're right.
But this is different.
Different. How so?
From what she said, it sounds like there's a way we can send our bodies back in time, too.
That's ridiculous. It would create a paradox. How could you have two Clovers and two Alices at the same time?
But that wouldn't happen.
Akane says there's a way around that.
How on earth does she plan to do that?
Schrodinger's
Cat.
Wie auch immer das zu
Oh, hey,
verstehen ist.
Kyle. Figured you'd come here eventually.
Where's Dr. Klein? Luna said you were with him.
He said he was tired, so he's off resting right now. There's a bedroom at the end of the hallway. He's in there if you're curious. Oh, right. He told me to turn on this hologram projector thing when you showed up. Want me to start it?
Sure.
Glad to see you. There isn't anything in particular that I have to tell you. However, I imagine there are a great number of things weighing on your mind. I'd love to answer all your questions, but unfortunately, my circumstances make that an impossibility. I hope you can forgive me. Everything I know, Phi should also know. I have instructed her to answer any questions anyone might have. Anyone other than Kyle, that is.
What does he mean, other than Kyle?
Who knows? Is there anything you want to ask?
Right, well, I guess I may as well cut to the chase. Just who are you, Phi?
I'm not Superman, that's for sure. And I'm not Batman or Spider-Man or Aquaman or a Merman or a Wolfman. I'm not a Brahmin or Kamen or Ramen. I'm not a Cayman either, so you really don't need to worry about anything.
Please don't dodge the question. About 5 hours ago, Akane attacked you with a knife. That triggered something which sent your mind back to the past, correct? Specifically, you were sent to Point D, April 13th, 2029. On that date, your body was already in Akane's custody. Although by then you were in cold sleep. You wouldn't have regained consciousness, but your mind was now inhabiting that body. That pod was your home for 45 years. You slept there, frozen, until the time was right. Then on January 25th, 2074, you were finally thawed out, even though you didn't wake up. Still unconscious, you were carried to the AB room. That was when your consciousness changed bodies again. A version of you from December 25th, 2028 arrived, pushing you out, and sending you back to December 25th, 2028. This is when you finally woke up. In 2028, you found and joined forces with Sigma, whose older mind was inhabiting his younger body. Together, you attempted to infiltrate the Mars mission test facility. Unfortunately, your plan failed. The Radical Six did escape on New Year's Eve. That failure determined the path you followed. Instead of going along the line that branches out to the right from Point E, you headed straight to Point D. Point D being April 13th of the following year. That was the day that you made your way to Akane's hideout and asked to be put into one of the treatment pods. Another consciousness enters your body around that time from the future. It is, of course, the version of you that left your body when Akane attacked you in the garden. This caused the two versions of you to swap places, and you moved 45 years into the future, where you woke up on the garden floor. That put you on the line that comes here. So if we discount the time you spent in cold sleep, for you, only 3.5 months have passed since that happened. That being when you were sent back into the past from the garden. Have I missed anything?
No, everything you talked about you got right.
Well, what do you mean by that?
I'm kind of an unknown variable in this equation. You could think of me as a kind of X factor. It's taken me the last 3.5 months to understand it.
And I haven't understood anything in the last 3.5 seconds. Could you please explain?
It's kind of like the relationship between classical mechanics and modern physics. Strictly speaking, you can't combine velocities with v1 plus v2. v1 plus v2 divided by 1 plus v1 times v2 over c squared is the actual equation. Of course, the sort of velocities we encounter in day-to-day life don't come close to being c squared, which is the speed of light squared. That means that 1 plus v1 times v2 divided by c squared is usually going to evaluate to something pretty close to 1. Since that would mean dividing by 1, it's usually okay to just skip that step and use v1 plus v2. You see what I'm saying? In most situations, it works, even if it isn't technically correct. So you knew enough to get the stuff you were talking about right. As long as you stick to that, you won't run into any problems.
I don't quite understand. In fact, I feel like you're dodging my questions.
So was that what you wanted to ask about?
No. What I really want to know is what happened between Christmas and New Year's Eve in 2028. You and Sigma infiltrated the Mars mission test site, didn't you?
Yes.
What happened there? How did Sigma lose his eye and both his arms? And why was Radical 6 in there in the first place? What could a deadly virus have to do with the simulated mission to space?
Sorry, but I can't tell you that.
Why?
Because it would change history. There is a history where the virus didn't escape. That's the line that goes to the right of Point E. In that timeline, humanity isn't heading for annihilation, and Earth isn't red. The future is much brighter. But if I tell you what you're asking me right now, then that reality will disappear. You understand?
I don't. Why would all of that disappear if you told me what I want to know?
You're about to go back to the past, right?
The past? Don't be silly. I can't do that.
Then where the hell did you learn all this stuff? I just listened to you tell me a bunch of things you shouldn't have known about. You were sleeping in the pod in the garden. You just woke up. So how can you know all this? You know my past. Sigma's past.
I shall give you your answer. You are not Kyle Klein. Your body is Kyle's, but your consciousness is not. Think about it. Do you really believe you're Kyle? Or could you be someone else entirely?
Then, where is the real Kyle's consciousness?
He was thrown out when you entered. Right now, in a manner of speaking, he has arrived at December 25th, 2028. His consciousness has gone into a body from that time. I doubt you know how much the doctor loves Kyle. He raised him on his own. Kyle is irreplaceable. Do you really think he would go back to the past and leave Kyle behind here? I know what I told the others, that Kyle was Dr. Klein's spare. But that was not his only purpose. Kyle's consciousness is integral to what we are trying to accomplish. This new mission begins on Christmas and ends on New Year's Eve 2028. Its purpose will be to infiltrate the test facility and prevent the spread of the virus. For this to happen, Kyle is absolutely necessary.
And that is why he created him?
Yes.
So now that my consciousness has entered his body, the doctor has achieved his objective. Kyle has gone back to 2028 to participate in his mission.
Correct.
There's one thing that troubles me. Kyle was created before reaching point B from point D. That means his body did not exist on Christmas in 2028. Does that mean he has entered my body? Have we just switched places?
I suppose you could put it that way, yes.
That's ridiculous. What's going to happen to me? You telling me I have to spend the rest of my life here in this box, living in a borrowed body?
No, not at all. You can travel freely through time and space. You are an uncontrolled variable that entered our closed system. As such, the rules of this world do not apply to you.
I have no idea what...
Please don't try to play dumb. I know what you are. Surely you must know by now, too. You are about to go into the past and save the world. Phi and Sigma, even with all of his future knowledge, will need your help. Only you can right the horrible wrongs of our past. Only you can save the world.
There's no way I...
Yes, there is. You have to. Don't you want to know the truth? Don't you want to know what happened in between Christmas and New Year's Eve in 2028?
Well, yes, I do, but...
Then you must believe. Reality is shaped by what we believe reality should be. If observation can change the motion of a particle, then how is it odd to think that human thought can shape reality?
Oh Gott, dieser Quantenmystizismus, das ist eine Sache, die mir immer wieder wehtut. Ja, warum sorgt Beobachtung dafür, dass sich ein Partikel anders verhält? Weil man mit dem Partikel interagieren muss, um ihn zu beobachten. Man muss einen Einfluss auf ihn nehmen, sonst kann man ihn nicht messen. Ach, egal. Weiter.
Your will can change history. The world will be reshaped into the one you imagine. Remember what I've told you. Only you can change history. Only you can save the world.
So, das war jetzt etwas Nicht-Kanonisches. Das heißt, diese Persönlichkeit sieht man da jetzt nicht unbedingt. Deshalb hier Alternative End. Das ist wie gesagt keine kanonische Stelle. Und hier würde ich sagen, springen wir einfach nochmal kurz. Ja komm, springen wir. Gut, hier sehen wir jetzt hier Another Time End. Springen wir einfach hier hin. Einfach nur, damit ich jetzt ins Menü gehen kann, wenn er jetzt hier aufgewacht ist. Ich hätte mir eine andere Stelle aussuchen sollen. So, und zwar File. Man sieht, es gibt 8 Seiten. Ach nee, nicht. Oh, wir haben einige Sachen gar nicht gefunden. Ja, ist auch nicht so wichtig. Wir wollen hier Secret uns mal ansehen. Da gibt es 16 Seiten mit Zeug und das werde ich jetzt durchweg vorlesen. Ist eine Menge Kram, nicht wahr? Aber da führt für mich jetzt kein Weg dran vorbei. Das meiste ist jetzt relativ schnell. AB Room. This is where you play the AB game. It appears to be an elevator car. There are 6 AB rooms in the warehouse on floor A. From the left, they're referred to as first, second, third, etc. The interior of each room is identical to the others, with a voting device on the wall and a hatch in the ceiling. It's here AB gate. This refers to the door of the AB room. Most elevator doors open horizontally, but this one opens and closes vertically. Most elevators also include a safety feature that prevents the door from closing if anything obstructs it. These doors have no such safety feature. Bracelet. The bracelet 1. Each participant has a bracelet attached to their left wrist. If a participant breaks the rules or fails to fulfill certain conditions, then a set of 4 needles in the bracelet will inject them with 2 chemicals in succession. Das ist wohlgemerkt alles Zeug, was man schon im ersten Save finden konnte. Deshalb habe ich das dann schnell aufgehört vorzulesen, einfach aus dem Grund, dass es ansonsten hart spoilert. So. There are only 2 situations which will cause the bracelet to come off. First, the person wearing it completes the game and escapes. Second, the heart of the person wearing it stops beating. Attempting to break the bracelet or attempting to force it off will be considered a violation of the rules. AI. AI is short for artificial insemination, which is a process by which eggs are fertilized without the use of a male organ. It is commonly used in the breeding of dairy, cattle and pigs, but also has also been... Oh, I'm being told that in this case AI stands for artificial intelligence, which is another thing entirely. Okay, die haben mir auch einfach nur Gags eingebaut. Have a nice... one. Word 0 the third says before he leaves. There are a few variations. Have a nice trick, have a nice trap, have a nice traitor. Eigentlich heißt es ja have a nice trip, aber gut. Quantum computer. A device built by Tom Quan, a Boise, Idaho commuter. That's actually a lie. A quantum computer is a highly advanced machine that uses quantum phenomena such as superposition and entanglement to perform calculations. Let's say, for example, that you want to determine the prime factors of 5183. A Van Neumann-style computer, let's just call him Paul, would say, can I divide it by 2, 3, 5? And just run through numbers like that until it got the answer. Mr. Quan, on the other hand, the computer, not the imaginary commuter, would just look at 5183 and say, obviously, it's 71 times 73. A traditional computer with n bits can only be in one of 2 to the power of n states at once, but a quantum computer with n qubits can be in up to 2 to the power of n states simultaneously. This means a quantum computer can complete calculations that are currently impossible. That's amazing, Mr. Quan. Are you seeing anybody? Viel Spaß beim Lesen, hören wir morgen bei der Arbeit an. Ja, dann viel Spaß damit. Floor A graffiti. Someone has written 2 Milkmen Go Comedy on the wall of the warehouse on floor A. Presumably it refers to a pair of milkmen visiting a comedy club. The sentence construction, however, is obviously wrong. There must be a reason why. What is the nonary game? It's a deadly game that 9 people have been forced to play. The official name is Nonary Game Ambidex Edition. As part of the Nonary game, the participants must also play the Ambidex game, or AB game. Nonary game rules. What is the purpose of the Nonary game? To escape by walking through the door marked with the number 9. How do you open the number 9 door? You have to earn at least 9 BP. How do you earn BP? Go to the AB room and play the AB game. How do you enter the AB room? Next to the AB gate is a card reader, just slide the designated card key into it and the door will open. Where are these card keys? Behind the CDs, chromatic doors. Supplementary rules. Ja, das kennen wir, dieses mit here are some more rules for you. Pair solo. In addition to a number, each bracelet will say either solo or pair. Each color will have 3 bracelets, 1 solo and 2 pairs. The 2 people who have the same color pair bracelets will share the same fate and must vote together as one. BP. This refers to bracelet points. The number of BP you have will be displayed on your bracelet. If your BP is greater than 9, then you can open the number 9 door and escape. However, if your BP drops below 0, then the needles built into the bracelet will activate. Number 9 door. This door is found in the warehouse on floor A. Anyone with 9 or more BP can open the door and escape the nonary game, so in a sense this door could be considered the ultimate goal of the participants. Once the number 9 door closes after someone with 9 BP has opened it, there's no way to open it again. During his explanation, Zero the Third said, "The number 9 door carrots stay open for more than 9 seconds." This is not strictly correct, however. The time period Zero the Third is referring to is the time when the door is fully open. That means that if one takes into account the time when the door is opening and when it's closing, it is open for somewhat more than 9 seconds. Total lunar eclipse. At certain times, the Sun, Earth and Moon align in such a way that the Moon is completely within the Earth's shadow. This causes the Moon to appear reddish-brown in color as light from the Sun passes through Earth's atmosphere and reflects off the Moon's surface. Incidentally, the game refers to a lunar eclipse on New Year's Eve in 2028, which is, or rather will be, an actual event. It will be visible only on the Eastern Hemisphere at 1652 UT. So, Soprol Beta. Das ist eine Sache, die es übrigens nicht wirklich gibt. One of the drugs used by the nonary bracelets and an extremely powerful anesthetic. It is the first drug injected when a participant breaks one of the rules. This drug also appeared in Virtue's Last Reward's sister title, 9 Hours, 9 Persons, 9 Doors. It was created by Mr. H, also Hongo, who was the president of Cradle Pharmaceuticals and appeared in 999. He developed it by extracting and purifying an alkaloid from a variety of mandrake. His usage can lead to some side effects, including severe memory loss. It can also be aerosolized and used as an anesthetic or knockout gas. Tubercurin. Ein Gift, das es tatsächlich gibt. One of the drugs used by the nonary game bracelets and an extremely powerful muscle relaxant. Ist ein Pfeilgift tatsächlich. This is the second drug injected by the bracelets if a rule is broken. The tubercurin is injected 9 minutes after the Soporil. It causes the respiratory muscles to cease functioning and the body perishes from lack of oxygen. Tubercurin is a component in some of the poisons used by indigenous populations in South America who tip their arrows with poison when hunting. It can be counteracted with a cholinesterase inhibitor, but it's not clear if the nonary game facility has any of this antidote available. Naja, schon, aber das sieht man erst später. ADAM. Acronym for the Automatic Diagnosis and Analysis Machine. This device uses nuclear magnetic resonance imaging to examine and diagnose anyone put into it. It's similar to the MRI machines you find in modern-day hospitals, only much smaller and more efficient. An advanced computer built into the device can automatically diagnose most issues and ailments. If the subject of diagnosis is already deceased, the ADAM can perform a virtual autopsy to determine the cause of death. Newspaper excerpt. Der Radical 6 infection spreads, das hatten wir alles schon. Pandemic. When an epidemic spreads beyond a certain area, it becomes a pandemic. Ja, damit haben wir Erfahrung heutzutage. Some historical pandemics include cholera, typhoid fever, tuberculosis, the Black Plague, and smallpox. Certain influenza outbreaks have also reached pandemic or near-pandemic levels of infection. In Spain in 1918, an influenza outbreak was said to have caused 40 to 50 million deaths. Man sollte die Grippe auch echt nicht unterschätzen. Radical 6. Power of a virus whose worldwide spread is an integral part of the story. If you want to know what Radical and 6 mean, you'll just have to play the game and find out. Injection gun. Powerful syringe that uses easily swappable vials. Primary chromatic door. There are a total of 7 varieties of chromatic doors in the nonary game facility, 1 for each of the following colors: cyan, magenta, yellow, red, green, blue, and white. The primary chromatic doors will open at a specified time. Participants can see how much time is left until the primary doors open by pressing the buttons on both sides of their bracelets. Secondary chromatic doors. Several conditions must be met by the group that enters the primary door in order for the secondary door to open. There must be 2 pair bracelets and 1 solo bracelet. The colors of all 3 bracelets must together form either the color of the door that they are trying to enter or its complementary color. That's kind of hard to remember though, so let's look at it like this instead. Red plus blue equals open the magenta secondary door, green plus green open the magenta secondary door, green plus red open the yellow secondary door, blue plus blue can open the yellow secondary door, blue plus green can open the cyan secondary door, red plus red can open the cyan secondary door. EU. Ja, das wird jetzt mal beantwortet, was damit gemeint war, als Tenmyoji angefangen hat mit EU bei diesem Pin-Up-Poster. Stands for Erotic Units. EU is a system developed to measure a combination of physical, emotional, and situation attractiveness. It ranges from 0 to 20, where 20 might be Marilyn Monroe and 0 might be Gilbert Gottfried. Hey, was ist so schlimm an Gilbert Gottfried? Der schreit viel rum, aber trotzdem. Wobei ich glaube, inzwischen ist er tot, oder? Na. For the curious Danny Trejo, ich weiß es nicht, rates 16 EU. Just being sexy does not guarantee a high EU rating. Not to be confused with competing systems of hotness or sexability, the EU system weighs on a number of factors such as practicality, sustainability, emotional investment, and the bias of the observer. Women with a high EU rating have usually mastered the art of the tease. Grandpa videos, a collection of films that Tenmyoji has gathered. Their content isn't really explicit per se, but they still aren't really appropriate for someone Quark's age. It should be noted that the term does not imply the videos contain grandpas or grandpa-like actors. Sigma's cat problem, part 1. Sigma has a strange verbal and possibly psychological tic, which causes him to make cat puns whenever he talks about cats. The cause of this behavior seems to be an experience he had as a child. When Sigma was in preschool, there was a deserted house near his school that everyone called the Cat Mansion. He'd always loved cats, so every day he would visit the cat mansion and give the cats that lived there some of his lunch. One day he realized that he could understand what the cats were saying to one another. A magical black cat appeared and told him that it had given him this gift in exchange for giving food to its fellows. But, the magical cat said, to be continued, "You can never tell anyone about your gift." The magical black cat warned, "If you do, you will be cursed." But young Sigma was so happy about his newfound ability that he slipped and told a girl about it, so the black cat cursed him. His curse was to speak only in cat puns for the rest of his life. Fortunately for him, a magical white cat came along soon afterward, felt the curse was a little too harsh and lessened it, so that he would only talk in cat puns when he talked about cats. And they lived happily ever after. Phone. A device that converts sounds into electrical signals and transmits them over a wire so they can be decoded and played back on the other end. It's useful for speaking to people who are far away. The invention of the telephone is generally credited to Alexander Graham Bell in 1876, but there's dispute in some circles as to whether or not this is the truth. In the game, there is a phone in one of the cabins. It can't call outside the facility, of course, but what if you try something like 5309 or 6969? Other numbers might do other things, so give it a try. Ich glaube, es gibt da tatsächlich ein paar Gags drin, aber ich weiß es nicht. So, it's Golem. The Golem is an anthropomorphic creature from Jewish folklore. Golems are made from clay and will obey any orders given to them by their creators without question, although they tend to take instructions very literally. A golem is created by performing a holy ritual, then kneading the clay into the shape of a person, chanting a spell, and writing the Hebrew word emet, truth, on the golem's forehead. Erasing the E changes the word to met, which is Hebrew for death. Doing this deactivates the golem. It's golem? One of the golems found in the nonary game facility. He is discovered lying on the maintenance table in the golem bay. His product ID is GTM-CMG-OLM. He asked to be OLM. He asked to be referred to by the last bit, which is of course golem. Which, to his surprise, this ends up being pronounced like golem anyway. On a side note, GTM-CMG-OLM stands for Golem Type Male Cockney Model Number Golem. Und da hatten wir es nämlich bei Luna was GTF DML OLM. 016 war's. Und da sind Golem-Type Female und eben nicht Cognate Model, sondern in diesem Fall heißt es dann Diana. Wer Diana ist, werden wir vielleicht noch erfahren, aber nicht in diesem Spiel. Chinese Room. The Chinese Room is a thought experiment developed by American philosopher John Searle, ich weiß nicht, to contest some of the ideas about artificial intelligence. The experiment itself is explained in more depth in the game, but the general idea behind it is to pose the question, do intelligent responses indicate actual understanding? Searle contests that a computer could be programmed to respond intelligently in conversation with humans, so much so that it would seem to be human itself, but that it would not necessarily, or perhaps could not actually understand what it was saying. Of course, this raises the question, how can we know that human minds are not, in essence, Chinese rooms? Can we really say that we understand the things we say, or are we just simulating understanding? Turing test. The Turing test is designed to gauge a computer's ability to exhibit intelligent behavior, first developed by British mathematician Alan Turing. Oh, der Turing-Test ist eine sehr schöne Sache. The test has 3 participants: a human judge, a human subject, and a machine. The judge engages in conversation with the human and the machine, and if the judge cannot determine who is the machine and who is the human, the machine is considered to have passed the Turing test. When Phi mentions that perhaps she and her companions have been captured to perform a test, she is referring to the Turing test. Supplementary B-Rooms. Ach, das hatten wir doch schon. Weiter. Golem. An acronym for General Purpose Autonomous Labor Electronic Machine. Golems are robots developed and sold by an American corporation called Hephaestus Systems. Hephaistos, der Götterschmied der Griechen. Some of the units in this facility, however, have had their software significantly enhanced by Zero Senior. A portion of them have also been given ABT, created by Zero Senior. Incidentally, ABT is short for Artificial Biological Tissue. Golem's story, the point. The gist of Golem's somewhat rambling explanation is that the center of thought doesn't necessarily have to reside in the body. In the case of Golem, the self clearly resided in the mainframe and operated the body remotely. Since a self-aware robot could exist this way, he theorized, what would prevent humans from doing the same? If humans are actually being controlled by an outside force, then is there actually any such thing as free will? Oh, das wird sehr philosophisch. Wound 1, also Wound 1 und Wound 2 werde ich jetzt mal direkt nacheinander durchgehen. 4th intercostal left between the 4th and 5th rib on the upper left chest, stab wound, a wound caused by a knife or other sharp object. Wound margin, clean, continuous. The wound margins are consistent with the stab wound. Wound angles, one sharp, one blunt. This is consistent with a knife wound. Most knives have one sharp cutting edge and one flat edge, which would produce this wound profile. Wound cavity. The depth of the wound, frequently this will match the length of the blade used. Wound length, the length, long ways of the wound left in the epidermis. Usually this corresponds to the height of the blade. Wound width, blunt angle. The width of the blunt angle in the wound. Usually this corresponds roughly to the width of the knife blade, allowing for elasticity of the skin. Coroner. Not to be confused with a coroner is a government official who assists law enforcement by investigating the causes of death and dealing with the paperwork and logistics surrounding corpses. It can also be used colloquially to refer to someone who performs these duties, whether or not they are actually employed by the government. Autopsy. An autopsy is a post-mortem surgery that determines a body in detail that examines a body in detail to determine the cause of death and evaluate any diseases or injuries that might be present. It is also super gross. Luminol mixture. Luminol is an organic compound with a chemical formula C8H7N3O2. Ja, es ist auf jeden Fall ein dizyklisches oder bizyklisches Zeug. Und so wie es aussieht, ist es ein doppeltes Keton. Na egal. When mixed with a hydroxide salt and hydrogen peroxide, it will glow blue when it comes in contact with blood and certain other substances. This property has made it a useful tool in criminal investigations, where it can reveal blood stains that have been cleaned up. Keep this in mind next time you're contemplating how to deal with the neighbors listening to death metal at 3 in the morning. Bracelet 2. At first glance, Kay's bracelet seems different from the others. Specifically, it appears to be attached to a suit. Although the design is slightly different, it is not a part of his suit. The bracelet is attached directly to his wrist with a face looking out through a hole in his armor. Just like the other bracelet, it will only come off when he escapes or when his heart stops beating. Generalized amnesia. A memory condition where the sufferer retains knowledge such as language, social common sense and so on, but memories of their own past and personality disappear. Its cause is usually psychological, but in rare cases it can be caused by serious head trauma. Kay suggests that an extremely painful breakup might have been the cause of this condition, but generalized amnesia usually requires a much more powerful trigger than breaking up with someone. In fact, a painful breakup often has the opposite effect. You want desperately to forget, but you find it to be impossible, which leads to all sorts of other mental disorders. Or so the person sitting behind me says. Sehr schön. Cooked food 1 und 2, okay. Twice cooked pork. A Szechuan dish. It is made by pan-frying pork, cabbage, bell peppers and green onions with doubanjiang or tianmianjiang for flavor, was auch immer die letzten beiden Sachen sind. Paella. A Spanish dish where one cooks rice, meat, seafood and vegetables in a shallow pot, seasoned with saffron. Oh, Saffran is aber teuer. Nasi goreng, an Indonesian dish made with pan-fried rice, seasoned with sambal, ketchup mayonnaise and terasi. Schnitzel, a German dish. It is made by mixing together meat, flour, eggs and breadcrumbs, then frying the mixture in butter or lard. Yukgaejang, a Korean dish. The process involves stewing beef, vegetables, namul and powdered chili peppers together very slowly. The resulting meal is very spicy. Klingt lecker. Borscht. Da fehlt, glaube ich, ein SCH noch. A Russian dish. Preparation is very simple. You just stew meat and vegetables together for a long time. The finished meal is garnished with beets and sour cream. Hab ich mal gekocht. Ein bisschen überpfeffert. Aber an sich... Es ist eine rote Beete-Suppe. Tom Kha Gai habe ich auch mal gekocht, ist lecker. A Thai dish made by stewing chicken, chili peppers, ginger and nam pula and coconut milk. Very spicy. Oh ja, aber lecker. Chef's pasta. Whatever the chef feels like making. Sometimes you don't know what it is until you take a bite. Sometimes you don't even know then. Have a nice Trauma, Trace und Trumpet. Okay. Free the Soul. An emerging religious organization with a rapidly growing membership. Some figures claim their congregation numbers over 1 million in countries across the world. Originally, the organization called itself Free the Soul of Y, but later dropped of Y to become simply Free the Soul. The founder of the religion is known only as Brother, and his true identity is a mystery. Only a small number of the highest-ranking members have ever seen him. The doctrine of Free the Soul demands that its adherents separate themselves from the world, free themselves of lust, and release their souls from their physical bodies so that they can be purified. Das klingt sehr nach Born-Again Christians. Naja. Alles Sekten, ganz im Ernst. Its followers believe that they will be born again as a new race, and that the world will be transformed into a place of equality with no conflict or poverty. Considering how a peaceful world of equality with no conflict or poverty usually plays out in the movies, they seem like a pretty scary group of people. Myrmidons. Free the Soul is a powerful new religious order dedicated to establishing a new world order, and the Myrmidons are their elite frontline soldiers in that secret war. The general public knows nothing about the Myrmidons, but their actions have put them on watch lists of intelligence communities across the globe. Rumors say that all Myrmidons have the same face, suggesting that they may all be clones of a single person. No one knows where this rumor comes from exactly, but I can tell you it's a very credible source. Brother. The founder of Free the Soul, although he prefers not to be referred as such. As a child he had a younger brother whom he was very fond of. Unfortunately, the worst happened and the younger brother was murdered. Rage and despair filled Brother, and for 9 days and 9 nights he was consumed by his own misery. On the morning of the 10th day, however, he had a revelation. Mankind was rife with base desires and needed to be purified so that a new world could come into being. God had spoken to Brother and given him a mission. Brother dedicated his life to realizing that mission, and at the age of 26 he established Free the Soul of Y. He claims that Y is a symbol for miracles. Übrigens, wer Brother ist, erfahren wir vielleicht sogar noch. Halt nicht in diesem Spiel. Bracelet 3. Here's some information that isn't revealed in the game. The bracelet put on the left wrists of the 9 participants in the Ambidex game has an important feature that's never mentioned. As soon as it's put on, a needle on the other side activates and inserts itself in the wearer. That doesn't necessarily mean that it injects a drug, only that it activates and pierces the skin. Maybe there's something on the needle, or maybe there isn't. All that's certain is that when someone puts on the bracelet, they get poked. So AB Game 1 und 2. This refers to the Ambidex game. It's fair to assume that AB is short for Ambidex, but it also represents the 2 choices each player is given, A and B. A is the choice to ally, B is the choice to betray. When using the voting machine in the AB rooms, each player must choose to either ally or betray before the time limit is up. A round of the AB game is played between the members of the group that went through the previous chromatic door together. 2 members of the pair against the single solo. Each party can choose to either cooperate or betray. The BP of each player will change depending on the choice. If you choose to ally and your opponent chooses to ally, you get 2 BP. If you choose to ally and your opponent chooses to betray, you get minus 2 BP. If you choose to betray and your opponent chooses to ally, you get plus 3 BP. If you choose to betray and your opponent chooses to betray, you get 0 BP. Penalty. If you break the rules or if your BP falls below 0, you will be penalized. More specifically, a set of needles in a bracelet will be activated, injecting you with 2 different drugs. The first is an anesthetic called Soprol Beta. 9 minutes later, this will be followed by a muscle relaxant called tubocurarine. The muscle relaxant will cause your lungs to cease functioning, killing you. In other words, the penalty for failure is death. Voting machine. A machine used by the participants of the AB game to register their votes. It uses a touch panel and is not to be mistaken for an ATM. Hazmat suit. The manual found in the PEC, Pressure Exchange Chamber, contains the following text in reference to these suits. The air in this facility is kept at a very high pressure relative to the outside environment. This is to prevent air contaminated by the virus from entering. All persons wishing to exit the facility must proceed through the pressure exchange chamber. In order to prevent the spread of the virus and maintain a sterile environment, all persons entering the PEC must wear a specialized hazmat suit. Anyone not wearing a suit will not be allowed to enter the pressure exchange chamber. Scotch, a type of whiskey made in Scotland. Its unique aroma comes from the peat used in its manufacture. Scotch is Tenmyoji's favorite drink. He often claims a little scotch would scratch this itch after returning from work, which annoys Quark. Root beer float, a well-known drink made by putting a scoop of vanilla ice cream in some root beer, also known as a black cow. Quark has taken to saying, "Root beer floats my boat," which warms Tenmyoji's heart. Okay, the floor A and floor B. The facility has 2 stories. The top floor is referred to as floor A and the bottom floor is called floor B. The A and B supposedly stand for above and below. There's a rumor that the floors were actually named after the particular Swedish pop rock group from the 70s, but everyone involved in this project has insisted that this is a vile and hurtful lie. Aber ernsthaft? Researchers Journal 1, also 1, 2, 3, ist hier. Ah, okay, das sind die Radical 6 Sachen, das kennen wir. This is an excerpt from the Journal of a Researcher. Due to space constraints, some sections have been cut out. Okay. Jumpy doll. It sounds like someone named a doll Jumpy. But why? The secret of Quark's hat. Don't you think his hat looks kind of weird? There's that huge band that just wraps around his head. Is he hiding a pair of Ferengi ears? Or maybe he's just a young Lobot? Was auch immer das heißt. Well, this is just between you and me, but he's got missiles in there. The sides of the head are hiding those pods, like you see on helicopters or SAM sites. Except these missiles are tiny, and when he gets in trouble, both sides of the head open up and they just fly out all at once, like pshh. Just kidding. Actually, he just keeps snacks in there. Klassische Kinderlogik. Axelavir. An antiviral medication made to counteract Radical 6. More specifically, it's an antibody with a natural resistance to the virus. It was found and extracted from an individual in 2038 and then replicated using the IG replicator. An Axelavir injection is the only known way to fight off a Radical 6 infection. Treatment part. An amazing machine that augments an individual's natural ability to heal, strengthens their immune system, accelerates their metabolism, and can cure many otherwise incurable diseases. In addition, it can create personalized medicines, perform gene therapy, and even repair the effects of radiation damage. What an incredible machine! It's not that incredible if it can't cure Radical 6, you say? Yes, well, I guess you've got a point. But don't worry, it also has a function called cold sleep. Cold sleep uses CAS freezing to freeze the entire body without damaging it. That way, even if the disease you have can't be cured, you can be frozen until a cure is found. Cold sleep. There are generally two types of cold sleep. The first type involves lowering your internal body temperature. This reduces your basal metabolic rate and induces a state similar to hibernation. In other words, your body is still actively functioning, just very slowly. The other sort of cold sleep is the one in this game. This involves freezing your body to essentially lock it in whatever state it was in. Until recently, this was impossible because the expansion and crystallization that took place during the freezing process irrevocably damaged human tissue. In the world where this game takes place, however, CAS technology has overcome this hurdle and made cryonics a reality. The resuscitation rate is nearly 100%. In fact, you'd be much more likely to die in a plane crash, which means that freezing yourself to visit the future is safer than flying from Tokyo to Milan. CAS. CAS stands for Cells Alive System. It allows organic tissue to be safely and non-destructibly frozen. In this game, CAS is used to put people in cold sleep. It supercools the subject with a magnetic field and causes them to freeze almost instantly, preventing crystallization. In real life, the problem comes when preventing crystallization. When you try and thaw something out, which also must be done instantly. In this game, however, the technological magic of the treatment pod makes returning from cold sleep possible. The past two nonary games, jetzt wird's interessant. November 2018, 16 children were reported missing. In actuality, 18 children were taken, but 2 were never reported. The person in charge was someone we will refer to as H. The purpose of the game was to conduct experiments on morphic resonance with the children as test subjects. I won't go into the specifics here, but the short version is that this was the first nonary game. November the 1st, 2027. A total of 9 people participated in this session. They were abducted just as the children had been, but this time H was not in charge of the game. Clover was a participant in both games, and now she finds herself playing the nonary game yet again. Esper Resonance. In the context of this game, Espers are people with the ability to access the morphogenetic field. An Esper can increase the strength of their signal by being in close proximity to other Espers, assuming they are the strongest. The strongest signal will absorb any weak ones nearby and use them to amplify its own strength, sort of like waves. The biggest wave adds up the amplitude of smaller waves to its own and covers them up. Nonary Veterans. The following 9 people were participants in the nonary game that Clover claims to have been part of. Ace, middle-aged man. Snake, Clover's older brother, real name Light. Santa, arrogant, uncooperative young man. Und der Bruder von Akane. Und eigentlich heißt er Aoi. Clover, still Clover, just younger and with a jacket. Ja, da hatte sie ein bisschen mehr an. Junpei, hero of 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors. June, Junpei's childhood friend, real name Akane Kurashiki. 7. Amnesic detective. Lotus, attractive programmer, has 2 daughters. Kubota, skittish man, gets blown up. Neostigmine, a type of carbamate compound which acts as a reversible acetylcholinesterase inhibitor, exciting the parasympathetic nerve. This allows it to counteract the effects of the muscle relaxant tuberculin. It can be delivered with an injection gun like the one you see here. Und das gibt's halt wirklich, wie gesagt. Ice 9. Ice 9 is a special form of water with a melting point of 36 degrees Celsius. In other words, it freezes at room temperature. The idea of Ice 9 was originally put forth by the American... Naja, es friert nicht wirklich ein bei Raum... doch, stimmt, es friert bei Raumtemperatur ein. Passt. Ich hatte gerade einfach kompletten Knoten im Hirn. The idea of Ice 9 was originally put forth by the American science fiction author Kurt Vonnegut. oder Vonnegut, wie auch immer der dann gesprochen wurde. His version of Ice 9 has a melting point of 45.8 degrees Celsius. There's a rumor that says all the water in Alice's body is actually Ice 9. Who knows whether that's true or not, but if it is, then she has to always keep her body temperature above 36 degrees Celsius, was nicht allzu schwierig ist. H. This refers to Gentaro Hongo, who was one of the characters who appeared in 9 Hours, 9 Persons, 9 Doors. He was the person who supervised the kidnapping of the children who participated in the nonary game in 2018. He is the CEO of Creative Pharmaceuticals and a devoted follower of Free the Soul. Morphogenetic field theory. This theory holds that there is a sort of field where the forms, structures, patterns, etc. of everything in reality are stored. This includes abstract things like language, songs, thoughts, inspiration, culture, customs, and ideals. Any information contained, transmitted, or created by matter is held in the morphogenetic field. In the Zero Escape series, people who can communicate by accessing this field are known as aspers. If morphogenetic field theory is true, however, then it would mean that in a sense all humans are aspers of sort. Immunoglobulin. Immunoglobulin, eben habe ich doch richtig ausgesprochen. Immunoglobulin is an important part of the body's defense against viruses, bacteria, and other invaders. It identifies and neutralizes certain threats. The IG replicator found in the lab gets its name from Immunoglobulin. Verdammt! Es sind halt Antikörper. Fertig. Integer factorization, the integer. Factorization is the process of reducing a number to a series of numbers that, when multiplied together, gives the original number. When taken to its logical conclusion, this will yield a list of prime numbers. For the purpose of factorization, 1 is not considered a prime. Example of prime factorization. 210 equals 2 times 3 times 5 times 7. 900 equals 2 times 2 times 3 times 3 times 5 times 5. 107 equals 107. 2, 3, 5, 7 and 107 can only be divided by themselves for 1, or 1 which makes them primes. Ja, klar. Tu fui ego eris. A relatively well-known Latin phrase. It might look like it's talking about a pair of sexy toaster waffles, but it actually means something like what you are, I was, what I am, you will be, sometimes used as an epitaph. The implication is that the person in question was once alive, like the reader, but that the reader will someday also be dead. A little ominous, I guess. SOIS. The Special Office of Internal Security, or SOIS, is an elite intelligence organization under the jurisdiction of the Department of Defense. They investigate potentially disruptive or dangerous elements such as domestic or foreign terrorists, radical political splinter groups, and religious organizations with extreme agendas that could pose a threat to the state or the citizenry. Their stated purpose is to maintain peace, but their charter authorizes them to arrest, detain or even kill. Scary. So, nicht mehr viel. Prisoner's Dilemma. Apple and Banana committed a serious crime and were arrested. Since they were accomplices, the police separated them for questioning and kept them from communicating. A detective visits each criminal and tells them the following. If neither of you spills the beans, you both get 2 years. If he clams up and you confess, you'll get 1 year and he'll do 15. But if you keep quiet and he gives up, you'll do 15 while he does 1. So I bet you're thinking, what if we both rat the other guy out? Pretty simple, you both get 10 years. This is the prisoner's dilemma. Do you betray a partner or stay silent? In the AB game, however, sometimes the most rational choice isn't always the best one. Antimatter bomb. This bomb used the energy generated by the collision of particles and antiparticles. So how does this work? Phi explains. Imagine 2 types of matter that are exactly opposite, like male and female. When they're combined, what happens? According to quantum theory, their numbers add together to make 0, like 1 and -1. And they kind of disappear because they cancel each other out. They call that annihilation. But when they collide, they create something like a baby. Except the baby is sort of pure energy. A lot of it. So in other words, an antimatter bomb makes an exploding baby. Does that make sense? Detonator. This is a device that will detonate an antimatter bomb. Technically, it's called a remote triggering detonational signal device, but that takes a really long time to type out, so we'll just use detonator. This particular device has 2 modes of operation, immediate and delay. Pressing the switch when you're less than a meter away from the bomb will trigger the immediate mode and the bomb will detonate immediately. If you're more than a meter away from the bomb, however, pressing the switch will activate the delay mode and the bomb will explode 30 minutes later. Cybernetic arm. A device originally created to weaponize genetically engineered psychic bears. Ernsthaft? Just kidding, it's actually an arm augmented for online sex chat. Not really, in truth, it's the arm from a mysterious libido-powered robot. I'm just messing with you. A cybernetic arm is actually a mechanical limb that you can control with your mind. Really. It has titanium alloy for bones, and those are covered with ABT, or artificial biological tissue. The ABT even has artificial nerves, so you can feel pain through it just like a real arm. It has veins that connect to the rest of your body, so if you inject medicine into a cybernetic arm, it'll flow through the rest of your body. Luna's necklace. The necklace Luna is never seen without has a cage containing a blue bird hanging from it. If you twist the key on the bottom, it plays music. Someone special gave it to her as a gift, and she says it reminds her of the following lesson. Search for happiness wherever you can, because the search itself is what will make you happy. 3 Laws of Robotics. The 3 Laws of Robotics were created by science fiction author Isaac Asimov. Und da ist ein kleiner Schreibfehler. Wird Isaac geschrieben, nicht Isaac. And play a large part in his robot series. They are as follows. A robot may not injure a human being or, through inaction, allow a human being to come to harm. A robot must obey the orders given to it by human beings, except where such orders would conflict with the first law. A robot must protect its own existence as long as such protection does not conflict with the first or second laws. Later on, Asimov also developed another preceding rule known as the 0th Law, which first appeared in his story Robots and Empire. Und da bezieht es sich eben darauf, dass die Erhaltung der Menschheit nochmal wichtiger ist als die Erhaltung eines einzelnen Lebens. The 0th Law of Robotics. Okay. A robot may not harm humanity or by inaction allow humanity to come to harm. Clearly, the 0th law has priority over the first 3, so the first law would have the unwritten addendum, except where this would conflict with the 0th law. Whether or not 016 was aware of this law is unclear, but in any event, 016 did act in accordance with it. Sehr interessant. Swimsuit! For some reason, Sigma, or perhaps the author, seems to be unnaturally obsessed with swimsuits. Why is that? Was he involved in a horrible swimsuit accident, now repressed, in his youth? Did he have a crush in high school on a girl on the swim team who put her Olympic aspirations ahead of any possible romance? Is he just a perv? The world may never know. Password input device. This device can be used in an emergency to deactivate the antimatter bombs hidden throughout the facility. It doesn't really have any official name. Sometimes it's called the designated computer terminal, but sometimes it's just the input device. The device has a small QWERTY keyboard beneath an LCD display. On the top is a large black cable which can be attached to the bomb you wish to deactivate. Entering the correct password on the keyboard will stop the detonation. Antimatter reactor. In a general sense, an antimatter reactor is a system that generates electricity or some other form of power from matter-antimatter reactions. This facility uses hydrogen and anti-hydrogen. The reactions power a turbine which generates energy and powers everything in the facility. It looks like a gigantic octopus, but it's definitely not edible, no matter how you cook it. Ich glaube, das ist etwas, das in Japan mehr Sinn ergibt, weil man da Tintenfische deutlich häufiger isst als hier. Wobei zum Beispiel, wie heißt das Zeug? Takoyaki beispielsweise sind Tintenfischfrikadellen. Anti-hydrogen atom. A particular type of antimatter. Normal hydrogen atoms have 1 proton and 1 electron, but an anti-hydrogen atom has the opposite, 1 antiproton and 1 positron. In November 2010, the European Organization for Nuclear Research, CERN, has issued a statement announcing that they had captured an anti-hydrogen atom. They claimed that they had gathered 38 of them, in fact, and managed to hold them in a special container for 0.2 seconds. Less than 6 months later, in June 2011, they managed to capture several more anti-hydrogen atoms and contain them for more than 1,000 seconds. Although the creation and storage of antimatter is still a difficult obstacle, these results suggest that antimatter reactors could someday be a possibility. TNT equivalent. TNT is often used as a reference point when discussing the power of explosive devices. Specifically, explosive power is usually described by tonnage. The amount of energy 1 ton of TNT produces is approximately 4.184 gigajoules. This means that an explosive device with an output of 1 megaton generates 4.184 petajoules. TNT stands for ich weiß, was es heißt, Trinitrotoluol, wenn man es genau hat, oder im Englischen dann Trinitrotoluin, glaube ich. No, Trinidad and Tobago, yes, Trinitrotoluin, genau, that's it. Und übrigens absolut nicht schwierig herzustellen, wenn man die nötigen Chemikalien hat. Man muss nur vorsichtig sein, sehr langsam titrieren, ansonsten fliegt einem das Ding um die Ohren. It's one of the most common explosive, which is how it came to be a reference point. A kilogram of TNT has 4.184 megajoules of energy, but a kilogram of butter has 30 megajoules. Butter is some dangerous stuff. Finde ich sehr schön. Butter hat mehr Brennwert als TNT. Finde ich super. E equals mc squared. Einstein's famous equation. Put simply, it means that energy is equal to mass times the speed of light squared. It describes how much energy you'd get by annihilating matter with antimatter. A lot. But also carries the interesting implication that with enough energy, you could theoretically create matter. Yeah. 63 terajoules. The amount of energy you'd get by combining 350 milligrams each of matter and antimatter. You can get this number using the equation E equals mc squared phi. What do you get when you convert 700 milligrams to kilograms? Alice? 7.0 times 10 to the minus fourth, 0.0007 kilograms. Then what's the speed of light? About 300,000 kilometers per second. If you convert that to meters, you get 3.0 times 10 to the 8th, or about 3 billion meters per second. And what if you square that? 9.0 times 10 to the 16th. And then if you multiply that times the original mass, you'd get 63 times 10 to the 12th, 63 trillion. Okay, 3 Seiten more. Law B graffiti. Memento mori if the 9th lion ate the sun. It appears to have been written in some sort of weird paint. Memento mori is a Latin phrase that translates roughly to remember death or mortality. Ninth, the 9th, clearly refers to 9, but seems to have been spelled wrong, likely on purpose. Why? Perhaps it's an anagram like the words on the wall on the floor A warehouse. If it is, what does this one mean? Hourglass. The hourglass displayed in the background is actually a 4-second timer. It doesn't have much practical use except maybe for really impatient people. If you were at a restaurant waiting for your food to come out, for instance. Hey, how long are you going to make me wait? I've already flipped this hourglass 100 times. Technically, 100 times would only be 400 seconds, which is 6 minutes and 40 seconds, but saying 100 times is much more dramatic and therefore much more likely to get a desirable response from the waitstaff. Gentle points. These are a measure of how much of a gentleman you are. Somewhere deep in the United Kingdom is an organization that tracks all gentlemen, determining the caliber based off an ancient and Byzantine collection of rules and guidelines. Every year during the spring, a representative of this organization conducts a cursory investigation of each member's behavior, or at least appears to, and then awards gentle points based on what they saw. The following formula is used. Old ladies escorted across the streets times top hats owned times puzzles solved times money given to gentleman tracking organization equals total gentle points. 10 stuff. Knife. A small survival knife. It has Myrmidon stamped onto the flat of the blade. Blade length 150 millimeters. Base width 30 millimeters. Base thickness 3 millimeters. There's blood on it, but whose blood? Und das wissen wir inzwischen. Floor B hallway locks. So, several of the hallways on floor B use special locks indicated on the map by arrows. On the far side of each arrow is a lever. Pulling these levers will unlock the locks. Once this had been done, you can explore the entire area at your leisure. Principle of causality. The law of cause and effect, specifically that a cause must precede every effect. At the quantum level, however, things aren't quite as immutable. The principle of quantum superposition holds that any physical system, such as an electron, exists at least partially in all of its theoretical states or configurations, but when measured gives a result corresponding to only one of them. A classic example of this is the double-slit experiment, where light appears to behave as both a wave and a particle. Vor allem ein einzelner Partikel, der mit sich selbst eine Interferenz aufbaut. Auch ganz eigenartig. One of the interesting implications of this is that, in a sense, you are influencing the past. By observing a system, you are defining the cause of an effect you witness and, in a way, altering the past. Normally, I would comment here that the quantum level is where shit gets real, but given the nature of this phenomenon, it seems like it would be more accurate to say that the quantum level is where shit gets unreal. Knox's 10 Commandments, da werde ich auch noch ein bisschen was drüber sagen. Ronald Knox, a mystery writer from the UK, published the following as his rules for writing a mystery novel. Und ich werde sie jetzt einzeln vorlesen und sagen, alle davon werden hier gebrochen. First, the criminal must be mentioned early on. Naja, nicht wirklich, weil es wird also Zero Senior, diese Idee kommt erst ein bisschen später. All supernatural or preternatural agencies are ruled out. Nein, hier gibt's viel paranormalen Scheiß. No more than one secret room or passage? Ho. Da gibt's ein paar. Also zumindest es gibt einerseits dieses Grab zum Beispiel. Es gibt mehrere Sachen, die durch irgendwelche Passwörter freigeschaltet werden. Egal. No hitherto undiscovered poisons may be used nor any appliance which will need a long scientific explanation. Ich sag dazu mal nix. Definitiv gebrochen. No one with an extrasensory perception or similar powers can appear. Hier sind gleich mehrere. No accident must ever help the detective, nor must he ever have an unaccountable intuition which proves to be right. Also erstmal der Schnitt in Sigmas Hand, der das weiße Blut zeigt. Und die Sache mit der Bombe, also Bombe 0. Ja. The detective must not commit the crime. So, Sigma is Zero Senior. The detective must declare any clues he may discover. Es gibt ein paar Dinge, die man nicht direkt zeigt oder sagt. The stupid friend of the detective, the Watson, must conceal nothing from the reader. Ach, Phi tut das häufiger. Twin brothers and doubles generally must not appear unannounced. In diesem Fall K, doch K, alle gebrochen. Und eine Sache wollte ich eben noch sagen tatsächlich. Übrigens, es gibt einen Begriff für das, was man mit Sigma und seinem Alter hatte. Alle anderen wussten ja, dass Sigma alt ist. Sowas nennt man übrigens einen Tomato Surprise oder Tomato Reveal. Wenn eine Information preisgegeben wird, die dem Zuschauer, Leser etc. vorenthalten wird, aber den Leuten im Cast klar war. Das einfachste Beispiel ist da The Sixth Sense, wo halt Bruce Willis die ganze Zeit tot ist. Und das halt als einziger selber nicht weiß. Sun, Moon, Star Key. 3 different types of card keys, generally found in the safes in each room and used to open the AB gate. Without them, you can't open the AB gate to play the AB game, which means you can't gain BP. In other words, getting one of these cards is the first step in your escape. The Sun key is used during the first round, the Moon key for the second, and the Star key for the third. Slingshot. An elementary device that uses rubber to launch a small projectile. Frequently used by adolescent ne'er-do-wells, oder never-do-wells heißt es wahrscheinlich eigentlich, aber das ist halt so britisch. Ne'er-do-wells can be used as a necklace, but this is not recommended. Test site mystery. The site in question was for a simulated manned mission to Mars held in the Nevada desert. On New Year's Eve 2028, the audio logs from the simulation contain a woman's voice, assuming to be one of the test subjects, saying the following. Und das war, wie gesagt, vorgelesen von Laura Bailey, also der Stimme von Luna. 6 of us are dead. Counting myself, there are only 3 left. I guess you could say I killed them. No, that's not quite right. Not just them. Not just these 6. All of them. All 6 billion. Most evidence seems to suggest that this was the beginning of the Radical 6 outbreak, and that the Nevada facility was the epicenter of the pandemic. Termite. A general term used to refer to the insects in the epifamily of Termitoidae of the cockroach order Blattodea. That's right, even though they're sometimes called white ants, termites aren't even the same family as ants. Then the cockroach family instead. Also, king crabs are in the hermit crab order and the remora is in the Perciformis order. Yep, es gibt viele Tiere, die häufig falsch eingestuft werden. Ameisen sind zum Beispiel extrem nah mit Bienen verwandt und Hyänen sind keine Hunde, sondern Katzen. Somit sind sie katzenartige. Aber keine echten Katzen, aber egal. Filiforma. Have a nice. Trouble, tragedy und trust. Okay. Conjunction. A term used in positional astronomy, but simply it means that two celestial bodies appear near one another in the sky. When used in the context of our solar system, it often refers to a position where a given celestial body is aligned with the Sun. For example, when Mars is on the opposite side of the Sun from Earth, it is considered to be in conjunction with Earth. Mercury and Venus, which orbit closer to the Sun than the Earth, thus have two types of conjunction. When they are hidden on the other side of the Sun, this is referred to as superior conjunction. When they are lined up on the near side of the Sun, this is called inferior conjunction. Tenmyoji's picture. This is the photograph that Tenmyoji was holding. The subject is a girl named Akane Kurashiki. Akane was one of the people who appeared in this game's sister title 9 Hours, 9 Persons, 9 Doors as a childhood friend of Junpei, the title's main character. In 999 she was 21 years old. This picture was taken 9 years before then, when she was 12. Look at the left side of the picture. If you look closely, it almost seems like there's a man grinning in the background. Do you see him? Don't worry if it seems a little strange. A spirit medium has told us that the person in this picture is a guardian spirit who's looking after her. He must have shown up here because he'd heard what sort of destiny she had in store and decided to see how she was doing. So, letzte Seite. Minkowski space. A way of describing reality that adds a fourth dimension to time to the 3 dimensions of space. It was described by German mathematician Hermann Minkowski, oder Hermann Minkowski wahrscheinlich, egal, and therefore bears his name. It's also the name of a ski resort for miniature cows. Minkowski, ernsthaft. Lagomorph. The scientific name for the order to which rabbits belong, and Zero the Third is the actual name. Der Lagomorph Hasenartige. Tenmyoji and Alice. When they were split up at the red, blue and green chromatic doors, Tenmyoji told Alice that there was something he had to tell her. That something was of course his identity, and that he already knew all about Alice and Ice 9, and not because he'd heard about it from Clover. Tenmyoji and Clover. After the second round of the AB game, after going through the purple and green doors, Clover, as a solo, was heard to say the following to Tenmyoji, her opponent. What the heck did you mean with all that? It's not fair. If you're telling the truth, then... So what had Tenmyoji said to her? The same thing he'd meant to say to Alice, of course. He told her who he was. That simple fact shook Clover's resolve and made her vote ally. It probably hadn't been his original intention to betray her, but after thinking about Quark's safety, he probably felt he had no choice and picked betray. AB Project. A stands for after and B for before, but they can also stand for anima and body. Everything that happened in this facility was part of the AB Project. The mystery of Phi. So who was Phi? There are a few clues scattered throughout the story, but nothing conclusive. Perhaps the truth will be revealed at the Nevada test site. Und das letzte, deactivation passwords. Here's a little something more about the bomb deactivation passwords. Those passwords, they aren't just gibberish. There's something hidden in each one. I can only give you one hint. +1. Good luck. There's a lot more to the story, but I think we'll stop the secret archives here. Thank you for playing, and we hope you enjoyed the game. Ja, weiter geht's nicht mehr. Ich gehe nochmal kurz durch, was waren die Passwörter. Das erste war dieses LXQ, also das erste war My Brother, dann haben wir Crash Keys, wo wir immer noch nicht wissen, was das zu bedeuten hat. Dann Freezy Soul, Myrmidons und das Passwort von Lunas, also zu Lunas ID war I Love Climb rückwärts geschrieben. Von daher Und Junpei natürlich bei Akane bezog sich dann auf Junpeis, auf Junpeis Puppe, die er ihr geschenkt hatte im ersten Teil oder vor dem ersten Teil, wenn man es genau nimmt. Aber damit haben wir es geschafft. Ich schaue mal, ob ich dann Samstag oder Sonntag dann direkt anfange, den dritten Teil zu streamen. Ich freue mich richtig drauf, weil ich finde dieses Spiel einfach wundervoll, auch wenn es einige Stellen gibt, bei denen man sich manchmal denkt, ernsthaft? Es ist in dem Fall komplett animiert, wie gesagt. Das heißt, es gibt leider keine Novel-Sequenzen im klassischen Sinne, sondern Filmsequenzen, wo ich dann halt die Klappe halten muss, was ich ein bisschen schade finde. Aber gut, dann würde ich sagen, reicht es erstmal hier. Es wird sehr spannend, sehr düster, muss man sagen. Und wir werden einige ganz wichtige Informationen bekommen, die so ein bisschen dann auch ein Licht auf einige Sachen aus dem zweiten Teil werfen. Also dann, Leute, bis zum nächsten Mal. Cheerio!